Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to our regular council meeting of Monday, September the 8th. I do wish to begin tonight by acknowledging that the District of Sooke is held on the traditional unceded lands of the Sooke and Shaanu nations. And council, welcome back. So I'm going to turn your attention straight away to tonight's agenda and look for approval of the agenda with an amendment, please, to include a notice of motion section after item 12. Moved by Councillor Beddoes and seconded by St. Pierre. All those in favor, please. That's carried unanimously. Okay, item 4 is approval. Could you please silence devices? Thank you, including members of council. Looking for adoption of meeting minutes from July 28th regular meeting. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Bateman. Any questions about the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously, taking us into item 5, invited presentations. And tonight we'd like to welcome our Staff Sergeant, Greg Wilcox, to the microphone, please, for our RCMP quarterly report. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Tate and members of council. Thank you very much for having me here and present to you this evening. And welcome to Councillor Haldane. First time I've been here with you here, so welcome. So the purpose of me coming here today is a quarterly snapshot of some policing stats that we have for 2025. So I'll get right into it because I know there's a busy agenda. So as a reminder and a slight adjustment to some of our performance plans priorities for this new fiscal year, we have some that are very familiar, enhanced road safety. So it's targeting impaired and aggressive drivers in the community. Crime reduction. This is in regards to prolific offender management and also organized crime, accountability and community engagement, contribute to our own people, which is our employee wellness, and reconciliation, relationship, and trust building with our Indigenous communities. So it's back to school season right now, and one of our initiatives is to deal with aggressive driving. Some of that is in our most important roadways, which is our school zones and around our schools. So school is back. You're going to see RCMP visible in a lot of these school zones, particularly at drop-off and pickup for the students. So this year alone, just to give you an idea of how many times we have done enforcement during school zone hours. So in between January and June, so when the summer break started for our kids, we did 258 active patrols of these school zones. There's probably a lot of parents that have seen us doing radar enforcement, checking to make sure nobody's driving aggressively, picking up their kids or dropping them off because they're in a rush or late for work. So we want to really maintain our visibility as much as we possibly can when the calls for service allow us to do this. So I was incredibly impressed with the efforts and dedication that the members had for doing 258 separate patrols in this. It was very impressive from the members. So again, the main purpose of this is to keep our kids safe and deter aggressive driving. So I want to get started just with our calls for service for this year and how things are going. So what I did in this chart here was I went back over the past 4 years to give council an idea of where we are year to date. For reference, this is from January 1st to September 1st in the previous 4 years, starting in 2022. So in 2022, we were around 3,700 calls for service. It went down slightly in 2023 and then back up and to the right. So for this year, as of September 1st, we're 4,230 calls for service. This is about 11% higher year to date from last year and about another 10% higher than the same time in 2023. I presented similar stats in the past about this. And again, we are about 10% year over year above where we were last year, or 11%, sorry, which is quite significant, especially when you compound that over a number of years. So to give you an idea, the detachment today or this year has averaged 17.4 calls for service per day. So this could be anything from something that's non-serious, that's routine, to something that's very serious and we have to get to and deal with quickly. That's not just emergency response as well. A lot of our time and efforts are dedicated to the investigation that happens after. So there's one thing about going to a scene, assessing it, processing it properly, or dealing with a complaint on a file, but there's another thing altogether in regards to the investigation of it. About a year ago, I presented kind of a very high level overview in regards to how long it takes to investigate different files. Some of them can take, they can be pretty quick, maybe an hour, maybe two. Some could be hundreds of hours. It just depends on the complexity of the investigation. So last year, to give you an idea, we had 15.75 calls for service. And per day, it's only an extra 1.5, but compounded over 365 days, that's hundreds of extra calls for service that we're getting. So based on that projection, and if we continue the way that we're going right now, we're going to have 6,400 calls for service in 2025. Sorry about the typo there. And that's going to be the highest that we've ever had by a fairly decent margin, around 10%. So I showed a similar graph about a year ago, but I want to update it. So this is a projection for calls for service based off of the rate of growth that we're seeing. Now, I'm conservative with my numbers. There's two different graphs on here, or bars, I should say. The green bars are an estimated 3.5% rate of growth from 2024 levels, which is 5,795 calls for service that we received that year. So if we estimate a slower rate of growth at 3.5% by 2030, which I have to keep telling myself is not really that far away, it's 4.5 years away, we're going to be at over 7,300 calls for service for our detachment. Now, if we anticipate a 7% rate of growth, so a little bit more aggressive, we'll be closer to 9,000 calls for service. Now, I said this before, and I'll say it again. I don't anticipate that we're going to have a year-over-year growth of 10%. That's why I never even put it in this chart. That would get us well over 10,000 calls for service, which I don't think is going to happen in 2030. But having in between on average 3.5% and 7% rate of growth compounded per year, I think is a reasonable estimation based off of our population growth. So I want to present this. At the end of July, the Stats Canada released its crime severity index for Sooke. They do this for every community in the country. They also do the same thing for different provinces and whatnot. So I'll explain a little bit better what these numbers actually mean, but I want to present the graph first. So the crime severity index for Sooke has risen from last year. It's at a rating of 79.5. Last year was 76.25. Now, the big thing to take away from this is since 2020, it's been up and to the right. So what I mean by that is it's been increasing steadily. There hasn't actually been a down year. Every year, it's increased from what it has previously. Now, while that may sound alarming, the good news out of this is the average for British Columbia is 92.98. So we're still about 16% lower than the provincial average, which is definitely a good thing. Saying that, it is increasing every single year, and it's up about 40% since 2020. Now, the question people ask is, what's a crime severity index? How do you get that rating? Now, I don't work for Stats Canada. I'm not an expert of this, and I don't like writing a lot of stuff on slides. I find it a little bit cumbersome to read, but what I did was I tried to explain exactly how they come to that score, and it's not a random number generator. So basically, there's 5 key things that happen. First, they assign a weight to a crime. So for example, if you have something very serious like a homicide, it will have a significantly higher rating compared to, let's say, shoplifting. However, if you have no homicides and your shoplifting goes through the roof, it will still increase that rating. So it's a weighted index. So they assign different ratings to different crimes. I don't know exactly what they are, but I know that they do it standard and across the country. And they've taken a long time to come up and perfect the formula, taking into account key stakeholders and feedback that they've gone over the years. So all the weighted totals are added together to create a total weight of what's happened in the community. And then it's divided by the population in the community. So once you have that number, then you get the 79.5 that we have in Sooke. And again, about 16% lower than the provincial average. But that's in a nutshell. And I wrote all that down for, if people online, if they want to read it and to get a little bit more information instead of me just reading the slide, they're able to do that. But in a nutshell, that's how they come up with that number. So I want to dive into exactly why Sooke's crime severity index has gone up over the past 5 years, and particularly why it's gone up from about 2022 up to 2024. And what I'm doing here is there's the next few slides are going in regards to getting down into the weeds of what's happening in Sooke, the type of crime that's happening, and its comparisons for the year before. So instead of doing quarterly, just to give a better snapshot with the CSI, I've actually done a semi-annual, so January 1st to June 30th. So this is our impaired drivers that we've either investigated or got off the road. So for the next couple slides, really pay attention from 2023 to 2024 because that CSI index that I have is 2024 numbers. So for example, for impaired drivers, you see that in between January and June of 2023, we've investigated or caught 66 impaired drivers. And the same period in 2024, we're at 92. So that's a pretty significant increase. That's almost, doing back of the napkin math, that's over 40%, getting close to 50. And this year it's 91. So we've plateaued compared to what last year was. Now, this is a product of the members of my detachment being very vigilant with going out and catching impaired drivers. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's less impaired drivers in 2023. It's just because of the officers that we have on the road and the rededication to this, there's a lot more that are just being caught. So I want to bring up this. So this is motor vehicle collisions from January 1st to June 30th. Again, the time frame is going to be the same for everyone, or for the next slides. So with here, you see there's a couple different bars on here. The green bar is where there's a motor vehicle accident, there's no injury, so call it, for lack of a better term, a fender bender. The orange is where there's an injury, and the red is a fatal. So in 2023, we didn't have any fatals, but the subsequent 2 years, we have had one. Now, if you remember from my last slide, we had 92 and 91 impaired drivers respectively in 2023 and 2024. Now, if you see on here on 2024 and 2025, the motor vehicle incidents have about stayed the same, but the injuries are quite a bit. The motor vehicle incidences where there's an injury are about half of what they were in 2023. So this is a product of just another data point that I can show where if we get more impaired drivers and we focus on that, we can actually reduce more serious incidents that are happening on the road. So this is property crime, better known as under the criminal code as mischief. So this is, there's two types of mischief that can really happen. The main ones, there are damage to property under 5,000 and over 5,000. And the third one as well is loss or enjoyment of property. So this is a common metric that we use to determine how much property crime that there is. So in 2023, we had 122 incidences on the first half of the year. And respectively in 2024 and 2025, you see it's gone up to 186 in 2024 and 199 in 2025. So property crime is only up 7% from when it was last year, but there's a significant jump from 2023. And again, with these metrics, if you look at the jumps from 2023 to 2024, it all contributes to why the CSI has gone up. So here we have assaults. This is another benchmark for offense in the community. So you see from 2023 to 2024, it has gone up, call it, 15% or so, but it's gone down 6% from the same time last year. Now, with any stats, they'll ebb and flow. So I don't know if I'd take anything out of there from a 6% decrease because it's only 6 incidents that have happened. But what I'm really looking for when I'm looking at these stats is, are there trends there? If the numbers kind of ebb and flow and they're up and down, but they're in the same general range, it's not something I take too much out of it. But when I see a trend, like for example, something going straight up and to the right. So for example, if assaults went from 80 to 90 to 100, that's going to be a trend where they're heading higher. So that's really something that I'm looking for. So drug trafficking, this is a big one. So this has really been a focus for us, especially since the approval and the implementation of our new major crime unit. I can report that we have stood up our major crime unit at the detachment, so it is functioning. It is there. It's starting off small because we still need to get the people in there, and they do need support, which we haven't gotten them yet, administrative support. But saying that, they are there and they are working, and it's really good to have them here. So especially with things like this. Now there's one thing in regards to drug trafficking, but a lot of this is organized crime, and that's why I put it on the Sooke. It was included in the Sooke priorities, performance priorities, because this is the bread and butter of organized crime groups that are in the area, operating in the community, or they're in the community in general. So from here's a trend. So it's up and to the right. So we went from 7 incidences to 20. And I'm sure there's, members of the council and members of the public have seen the media releases that we've put out over the past 18 months in regards to different ones that we've had. Some we're able to report on, some we're not, but it is going up. So this year alone, we've investigated 20 separate drug trafficking offenses. So that doesn't mean that necessarily people get charged, but they're investigations that are either ongoing or we've actually forwarded charges to them. So this is another category which doesn't affect the CSI, but it is something that every detachment and municipal police force has to deal with in regards to mental health calls for service. So again, as a reminder, this is a call for service where somebody is in crisis. They want to immediately harm themselves or they want to harm somebody else. So this is a good news story because it has gone down by about 30% or so from 2023. Now, with this, is there there's a couple different takeaways that you can take from it. Like, one, you could say maybe there's less people that are in crisis in the community. And it is certainly possible from 2023, but what I can say anecdotally is what we had in even before that in 2022 and in 2023 obviously as well, is we had just a few people that were in crisis all the time, and we had to dedicate our members and resources to help them. We would partner with all sorts of different community partners in order to get them the help that they need, but one person could generate quite a significant amount of files. And if they got the medical help that they need, or the support that they need, those files could be very high, and then they go down to basically zero if they have that support. And in this case, it's a success story. And we have more people here. We have those people still here with us, but sometimes that can be a frequent call that we have to go to. So another one was that's been brought up to me in the past is in regards to youth crime. This is very hard to measure, and I'll be quite honest, I kind of struggled with the best way to actually give this council something meaningful in regards to youth crime, because most of the time we encounter a youth, we really don't want to charge unless it's something really, really bad, and that we absolutely have to, because youth crime is going to be, it's typically going to be on the lower end of scale, just, you know, kids that are, doing something they're not supposed to, or they maybe don't have the support and they come from a bit of a broken home, and then we get involved. So we really try our best to work with the schools and to work with supports that they have in their life to get them on track. So it was very hard. I was trying to get something in regards to show like how much we more or less we deal with youth. And this is kind of the best that I can come up with, because we don't track necessarily, this file involved a youth or whatever it may be. So it was a bit difficult, but I just wanted to give council an overview because this is something that is very near and dear to my heart, is the integration of us with our kids at our schools and providing those positive reinforcements. I've worked in a lot of different schools as a police officer, and there's kids that they come from, at the end of the day, broken homes, and they don't have that positive outlet in their life, and they go off the wrong beaten path. So if we can get them engaged in sports or arts or some sort of positive outlet and activity, we can bring that person back, and we can help set them on the right path. Because sometimes, like, I can tell you, going to in schools, sometimes I was the only positive person that they talk to, because when maybe they don't have breakfast and they go to school, and then they go to school and they have a hard time there, and then they go to a house that's it's not conducive for a young person. So it's something that we try our best to do. We don't have a dedicated police resource officer, but it's something that we try to do. So this is more of an overview in regards to criminal code charges that we have. And again, if you look at 2023 to 2024, there was a significant jump. Now, what this is how many charges did we forward at the end of the day? So how many people did we charge? So the first half of 2023, we're at 59, and same period in 24, we jump up to 95. So call it a 30 to 40% increase. Now, it has gone down this year to about halfway between the 2023 and 2024 numbers at 74, about 22%. Saying that, we've charged 25% more people than we did in 2023. Now, what I would say when I looked at this anecdotally, in 2025, it seems that the charges that we have are larger and of more significance, so they take up more time. So as a result, there's less of them. So, for example, not that this is a stat for us, but if you were to charge 20 different people with shoplifting, say small items in different businesses around Sooke, that's one thing. But if you get, you know, one large drug trafficker, or you get a attempted murder file, like that one file will have a lot more significance than the 20 shoplifting files. Doesn't mean that those other ones don't have significance, but when you weight them on their own, obviously the other one is going to be a lot more serious and a lot more concerning to the public. So that's what I found in 2025, is that they seem to be little bit larger, but we had more of them. So that concludes what I wanted to talk about with council, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your time and your presentation this evening. I'll open it up to council for questions from anyone. Councillor Beddoes, please.
Yeah, thank you for that report. First of all, on the school zones, I actually saw one of your constables there this morning at John Muir, and that new parking lot drop-off portion is absolutely wonderful. I mean, I feel a lot safer driving through there, so there's kids not running all over the place. In your stats, I mean, basically in the last couple of years, crime has gone up considerably. And one of the reasons you said is that you have more officers investigating it. Has the demographic changed in Sooke in that we're getting a different group of people in? I know we're getting more drug dealers in because they flee the downtown. What's changed so much from 2023 to 2025? It's not just police on the street. Can you shed any light on that? Or am I putting you in a bad spot?
No, you're not putting me in a bad spot at all, Councillor Beddoes. Happy to answer it. It's a difficult question to answer because the short answer is there's not one reason, and but I certainly can add my thoughts. So at the end of the day, and I've mentioned this in this chambers multiple times, is we just have more people in here. So when I see stats that are significantly going up or going up at a regular rate of growth, but still going up, we don't have many down years or anything like that. It's just a product of more people being here. Like Langford is going to have more calls for service than we have here because they have a lot more people living here. Same with Victoria. We'll have more calls for service than Langford, and they'll have more than us. So what I'm really looking for is the types of crimes and the ratio compared to other places. So now, in regards to, the demographics, like I do find anecdotally that we have a lot of people move, not, I shouldn't say a lot, but a good portion of people moving here from different communities, but larger centers. So the Victorias of the world, Nanaimo, coming over from the Lower Mainland, kind of that sort of thing. So, and there's probably a lot of reasons for why different people will want to move here. But it is like, I'm sure people in Sooke will recognize that there's like a lot of different people that are here from other communities, new neighbors, new people out there and whatnot. So there's certainly an unhoused population that is here as well. And anecdotally, it does seem like it's growing. I don't have any stats to necessarily back this up, but we just see a lot of new faces that are coming here. And but at the end of the day, we do see it. We see the parking lots there. There's more people here. We see the roads. There's more cars on the road, and that sort of thing. So it's a very hard thing to quantify, but I will say that I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the latest provincial numbers, I believe, brings a population close to 18,000 people, and the 2021 census was just over 15,000. So
just people. Okay, thank you.
Councillor St. Pierre, then Pearson.
You may have already answered my question through your worship, but I was wondering if it might be possible to actually get per capita figures instead of just the raw numbers, because obviously what most people are concerned about is actually whether or not overall there's greater or lesser public safety. And my sense is that based on an increase of 3,000 people and based on the numbers that you were showing us, chances are public safety hasn't gotten worse. We simply have more people. Putting that aside for a moment, though, I have a question about the property crime index, because certainly when you put more officers on the road, you catch more drunk drivers, and that makes perfect sense. But I don't think the same thing applies here. And so I'm curious, there was a big jump there. Do you have anything to offer on that one? Everything else seems to be more or less what you'd expect with just increase in population. That one seemed kind of atypical, and I was curious if there was something going on.
it was a big jump. It was almost a double. And that's something that I noticed, and I had to look at that twice. And just a comment before I get to that, I will answer that just with the population thing. If our calls for service in the last 2 years have gone up by about 20%, so if 2021 the population is 15,000 and say 4 years later we're at 18,000, that's a 20% increase in the population in 4 years. Now, in terms of ratios and per capita, our file count has gone up more than 20%. So, and that's one thing to be aware of. And I'll also add to that as well. When I look at kind of older numbers, 10 years ago and whatnot, and I don't have the dates necessarily correct, but about 6 years ago, there was a big legislation shift where recreational cannabis was legalized. Before that was actually illegal under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. So we would get a number of calls, for example, there's For example, maybe somebody smoking cannabis in a public place, and that's something that people can call us for. And a couple years ago, there was a legislation shift in British Columbia where you can have a small possession amount of other drugs, and it could be held in a public place. And we would get a lot of call for service previous to that, where it's like somebody is maybe using drugs like hard drugs, heroin, methamphetamine, whatever it may be, in a public place. Can you go and deal with this person? So because of those legislative changes, we don't actually get those calls for service anymore. So when I look at the calls for service that we have here, because and now I don't exactly know how many calls for service we lose, but it's probably in the low single digits. So that could be 100 calls for service a year, that could be 400. So if those two things, if we had the similar legislative platform as we had in, say, 2015, where those were illegal, our calls for service this year might be closer to 7,000 instead of 6,500. That's speculation, but those are big legislative changes where it actually reduces our calls for service based off of that. So in regards to your other point in regards to property crime, there was a slight difference in how we score things. But a majority of that was I don't necessarily have an explanation for it. It was just a jump. We don't have a prolific car thief, for example, or somebody that's going around and damaging property, like a group that's damaging property all the time. We just have more of it. And I don't know why it's almost a double compared to a 20% population increase. That's just the numbers that we got. But the thing is, it's around the same for this year. So that just might be the new normal.
Councillor Pearson, then McMath.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report. Lots of interesting things in there. I have 2 or 3 little questions here. The first one on the crime severity index. If we're at 79.5 and then you had 92 impaired driving up to that point. So are those 92 impaired driving, and it says court sentencing, the crime severity is based on court sentencing. So those 92 are charged, right? Not sentenced. Is that the difference?
Yes and no. It's kind of getting into the weeds, and I'm not an expert when it comes to the formula that they have. But part of the CSI index is also based off of, to your point, sentencing, how serious the sentence was, how long it was. Was it
Not just
in range? Yeah, it's not just measured off of success. So sometimes there's a little bit of a lag in those stats. But the impaired drivers, a majority of those would have been, a vast majority of them would have been charged either provincially or federally. But not necessarily all of them, but a vast majority of those would be.
Okay. And the second question I had was, and it jumped off the page, I think, with all counselors, was the property crime. So is there a trend? January to June, does that continue on or likely to continue on throughout the year? Or is it lighter at the beginning of the year? Property crimes when it gets darker earlier, I don't know. Is there a trend there that we see it fall off towards the end of the year, or does it stay the same?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Is there a seasonality to this? And for some crimes, there is a seasonality to it. Impaired driving, there's certainly a seasonality around Christmas. Everybody has Christmas parties and do all that type of stuff. So we generally catch more impaired drivers in that month than we would, March.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of property crime, the short answer is no. There isn't really a seasonality. I expect that if those are the numbers, they're generally going to be about the same. Now, I will add to that as well is that there is a third aspect to that. It's the loss of enjoyment of property. So if you have, for example, what would be the best way to describe this? If you have a neighbor and they have a very loud sound system, and they play it 24/7, like it gets beyond the noise bylaw offense, then you're losing the enjoyment of your property because you can't hear yourself in your own house. So that actually can become, if it gets serious enough, not in all situations, but if it gets serious enough, it can be actually a criminal offense. So that is mixed in there too, but a vast majority of them are actual property crimes, broken windows, broken property, whatever it may be. So,
okay. not my last question, my second to last question. You talked about the youth crime. Victoria's put their police officer back in the school system. Okay, it's a good thing. And are we still continuing on with our liaison in our local schools in Sooke?
I would absolutely love nothing more in the city to have a full-time school resource officer and community officer. We don't have that. We really try our best to get to the schools, but I'll be, and this is no slight against everybody because everybody has their heart in the right place. But when we're at a record number of calls for service that we're going to have this year, and we have this year, it's very, very difficult for us to get into the schools. And I recognize that. But we just don't have the people to dedicate to that right now. My main focus, and like any police service, is to cover core policing. So I want to make sure if somebody calls 911, there's always going to be a police officer that will come and help them. Today, for example, we've had a very busy day. After the morning meeting and that sort of thing, I didn't see my officers for the rest of the day because they were all out going to different calls for service and serious calls for service. So there was, there's an RCMP helicopter flying around today looking for somebody. And so it's very challenging for us to make those important stops to the school on a regular basis and build those bridges. Saying that, we always invite the kindergarten classes over for a detachment tour. We show them a police car and that sort of thing. I just want more of that, and I can get that with a dedicated resource officer.
Yep. And my last question is jurisdictional boundaries. Do you have a formal or informal meeting? We got a new police chief in Victoria. Do you have a connection, between West Shore, Esquimalt, Saanich and Victoria, like the Police Chiefs Association or something like that? So you can, keep track of people on one hand, but also, develop synergies on how you're approaching certain issues.
Yeah, that's a great question. We absolutely do. I participate in an area chiefs meeting once a month. So that would involve the police chief, the new police chief. Actually, we have it this coming Thursday. New police chiefs of Victoria, the chief of Saanich, Central Saanich, but also West Shore, Sydney, Oak Bay. So everyone in this Capital Regional District will sit down every month and we'll have those meetings and we work together on various problems that's affecting everybody.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor McMath?
Hi. I just wanted to confirm, so when ECOM took over dispatch, municipal and RCMP are sort of amalgamized in their call types, so that does not affect the crime severity index?
No, not at all, because it's based off of every investigation that we go to, it's going to be scored or categorized under the appropriate heading. So for example, if we have an impaired driver, we'll mark the stat as an impaired driver. All the stats that we get are given to Stats Canada. That's how they come up with those numbers. So when I bring different numbers to council before the crime severity index, for example, it's kind of an early access to the different crime stats that we have in Sooke, because those same numbers are also reported to Sooke and to Stats Canada. And there's for national continuity and to make sure everybody does the same, there's different formats and metrics to ensure that they're under the right heading, so they're not misscored, for example.
Perfect. And then in your metrics, are you including, because you guys also go to Renfrew and things like that, so when you're presenting these stats, this is just for Sooke, this is no other area?
No, this is the entire area that we have. So we are an integrated detachment. So we have 6 provincial policing officers that they're stationed out of Sooke, which is a free service to Sooke. They're not just stationed out in the rural areas. They also take files here. So we all work together. That's one of the reasons why we have 24/7 coverage, but a vast majority of the calls for service are coming from Sooke because that's just where most of the population is.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything go ahead, Councillor Haldane, then Bateman?
Yes, I don't know if it's the elephant in the room or what, but we have the Hope Center. We have the field in behind the post office. We see police there every day. What's the percentage of all these numbers related to that area? And what are we going to be able to do about that? Because that seems to be ever increasing. You talk about these new people coming into town. Well, I'm guessing that a lot of the new people are related to that area. So are they a big percentage of the calls, big percentage of the property crimes, so on? And if so, then really these aren't regular Sooke taxpayers. These are an issue, a social issue that needs to be taken care of.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's certainly a social issue there, but in terms of like, I don't have the exact numbers in regards to the percentage of calls that we have there. We're certainly there more regularly, but a lot of the times that's not necessarily for calls for service. We know the people that have been there for a while. We do develop relationships with them. So a lot of the times it's just checks to see how things are going, because maybe we had a call for service with them yesterday and they were like, a lot of them all are vulnerable people, and maybe they're the victim of a crime. So we would go and check on them again, but we do try and have a presence in there because we know that there's people camping, and there's sometimes there's fires and whatnot. You'd see a fire break that's actually in there now if you were to drive by. That was put in there recently. But a lot of the calls, like for today, for example, anecdotally, just listening to the radio, we didn't receive a call for service there. All of our calls were kind of all over. So I could get more stats in regards to how many calls for service we have in that area, but I just don't have that on me right now. But it's yes, we are there, but it's not necessarily as much as people may think.
Yeah, and fair enough. I mean, it makes these stats here somewhat skewed in my mind, but at the same time, the CRD is downloading all of their affordable housing on Sooke because it's the most reasonable land to purchase. Therefore, building apartment buildings for low income and whatnot is going to start happening probably more often in Sooke than it is in other places. Should this not be a CRD or regional issue with policing and the cost of it? Because obviously, if you did have the real numbers and you did show us that maybe there's a larger call volume related to this issue, maybe we could get some help either provincially, federally, or just through the regional district, because we're the one taking on the load here. So
Yeah, I would certainly appreciate any resource help that the province can give us for sure. And I'll link it to other communities that maybe like there's certainly a transient population that comes, but I'll also compare it to cities that have a large tourism base. So I worked in, for example, Kelowna for almost 10 years, and they get something like 1 million plus tourists there every single year. Now, those people are not from Kelowna, they're from all over the country. They come in, but our police resources, like we don't get any extra police resources from the province. So because the issues that come as a result of that. So whether it's our bar district that we have downtown, whether it's impaired drivers, whether it's a massive organized crime element that is in there operating because of all the tourism, that's the responsibility of the police jurisdiction, which would be Kelowna. Now, I know the council there tries to account for that in their numbers when it comes to resourcing. But I can tell you, when I was a constable there and I would see 1,000 people, on Bernard Street and Leon Street coming out of the bars, and there's 10 of us. Like it's not a good feeling. And I certainly wish we had more help there. And I know it's different between tourism because they contribute to the economy and transient. But at the same time, like whenever somebody is in our jurisdiction, that's our responsibility to look after.
fair enough.
Councillor Bateman?
Okay, so thank you very much through you to our guest. Thank you very much. Always educational. Today, the Crime Severity Index. I look forward to exploring that further. When those results were released, the 2024 numbers in late July, I think it was, there was quite a social media burst of activity, and you did have an interview with the News Mirror and reaffirm that Sooke is, quote, an incredibly wonderful place to live and a safe place to live, and that these numbers can be misinterpreted. So thank you for that in-depth slide that I look forward to reviewing. Couple of points here. Shoplifting, you mentioned several times. Can you give me a bit more understanding of the level of shoplifting in this community? And yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I will reaffirm, like, this is a wonderful community. There's a lot of reasons why people move here and want to live here. We're by the ocean, great community, wonderful people. lots of amenities, and you're at nature's back door. So why wouldn't you want to live here? And and Sooke is a very safe place to live. And one thing that I'm managing as a detachment commander here is the rate of growth that we're having in the community. So when we have, this year, presumably it's going to be a record number of calls for service. It's something that I have to account and factor into for my annual operational plan and my priorities. And with the resources that we have, to make sure that they're being used as efficiently as we possibly can. So in regards to shoplifting, I can say anecdotally again that the shoplifting is probably one of the most underreported crime categories that we have, and it's not unique to Sooke. It's everywhere, right? And I do remind people that even if they are shoplifting, especially if they're a frequent shoplifter, they're probably going to come to different businesses on a regular basis for shoplifting. There are things that we can do. It's not just because it's maybe $10 or $20 of lost product. Maybe you're not thinking that it's worth calling the police. It absolutely is, because, if they're doing, there's this more seasoned ones, they're doing that almost to make a living, and they sell it maybe on different marketplaces and whatnot to get money for that, or they're using it for their own purposes. But there's certainly things that we can do. So for example, if somebody's shoplifting at one of the local businesses and they get arrested for not shoplifting but theft under $5,000, and we can put them on conditions to not go back to the store. So we can help solve the problem of the individual coming to your store and stealing from you if you're a business owner. So I always encourage people to tell us, because the shoplifting, I didn't specifically run them, but I remember last year I did bring up shoplifting numbers to council. And again, I don't have them in front of me, but they're quite low. Like when I looked at them, I'm like, there's no way that there's only 20 or 30 incidences of shoplifting and in a year in Sooke. Like I know it's way more. So it's just people aren't calling us, and I don't think it's gone up. So.
All right. And I guess kleptomaniacs and shoplifters are common throughout communities, no matter. So when we're back to the Hope Center and the stigmatization of residents of that building, you do have a mutual agreement with the Sooke Shelter Society that allows you to have a cooperative relationship effectively.
Yeah, we have a very good relationship with them. And, at the end of the day, if somebody calls us, it doesn't matter where it is, we go. And, and we deal with it appropriately. But, because there's more vulnerable people that are there, we will spend more time there. Sometimes you'll see one or two police cars there. Sometimes it will be more. I was there, I want to say personally about 2 weeks ago. And it wasn't because of a call for service. It was just we were providing oversight for the fire break that they're putting in to ensure everybody's safe and whatnot, because it was tinder dry back there and we didn't want a fire to get started. So we happened to be there. But if you're driving by, you would think that there would be something critical that's happening there, and it's not necessarily the case. But I will say there's, sometimes we are there too because somebody there is a victim of a crime. It's not just because somebody is perpetrating something.
Okay, and finally, I just note that, thank you for that. Just note that at UBCM, where all of us are attending in a couple of weeks, there are a series of resolutions, Kamloops and others, around catch and release, repeat and high risk offenders, and bail reform. So any suggestions on how we should vote on those?
I'll leave the voting to you, and I have to remain very neutral. But what I can say, in my experience as a police officer, doing this job for 18 years, working in different communities and different capacities within the RCMP, I can tell you that there's a very, very small proportion and population of the population that create the most amount of crime. So there are people that we deal with them regularly, and that's not just in Sooke. That's everywhere. Every single community in this country, you're always going to have a repeat offender or somebody we have lots of contact in. And usually when we're in contact with somebody like that, there's a series of things that have likely happened in their life that are preventable and also not preventable because they were, born into a certain situation that gives them a disadvantage, and then they kind of fall back, and then we have to start interacting with them more. So so one of my things on here is prolific offender management, and I strongly believe that if we do not have close contact with our prolific offenders, then it gives them a green light to do the things that they love doing the most.
Okay, thank you, Council, for your questions, and thank you very much, both to you and your members for the work you're doing in our community. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to your next presentation. Thank you for being available for us tonight.
Thank you very much, Mayor Tate. Thank you, Council. Appreciate it.
See you next time. Okay, Council, we're going to move into item 6, which is our delegations. We have one today from KT Open on indexed property tax. So if our speaker, thank you for joining us tonight. We have 5 minutes on the agenda for you. So when you start speaking, our staff will turn on the timer and it'll begin to count down for you. And then please just turn on your microphone when you're ready to go.
Hey,
Thank you.
hello, and thank you for having me here. So that's very interesting congruence between what that handsome fellow just said and what I'm about to present, because we know that in countries that have a high wealth inequality, very rich people, very poor people, they have more crime. And as you reduce inequality, the crime goes down. So I would argue that, for instance, the crime severity index is divided by population. He said that in the report. So it is actually going up. It's going up at a higher rate. It's a per capita higher. There's more crime per capita. And that's because inequality is increasing in Canada and all around the world. So what can you do about it? I have one thing that you could do about it, and that's to make indexed property taxes. So we have indexed income taxes. Those are, the more money you make, the higher percentage of tax you pay, right? If you're at the bottom, you pay 0%. At the top, you pay 45% or something. Property taxes don't work like that. It's the same. You can live in a $20 million house and you pay the same rate as the guy in the 150K little shack down the street. So by definition, that is a regressive tax that increases inequality. We know that it's a standard economic principle. So if you index property taxes, you would charge the guy at the bottom very, very little property tax, maybe even be exempt. And the guy at the top would not be paying 0.08%. He'd be paying 1.5, 3%. Who knows what? You can pick your range. And so in the net effect would be you could theoretically raise more money, but we're not going to go there tonight. It's about reducing inequality. And there are some things like right away people think, oh, well, my grandma bought her house 40 years ago and now it's worth $5 million and she's never going to be able to pay any more taxes. So when you do these things, you have to have a transition effect. There's going to be exceptions. There's going to be things that you grandfather in. And when grandma sells the house, that's when you put the new taxes in. And it also gives you an opportunity to adjust the taxes, because you could apply this not just to residential property tax, but commercial properties, industrial properties. So the giant company that's making multi-billion dollars, sending it offshore, who knows what's happening with that, right? You could charge them more than the small business down the street that runs a coffee shop that promotes the community. So, and you could also leverage that for nonprofits. Some places actually do it for fines. Like if you're driving a Lamborghini and you get a speeding ticket, you pay way more than the guy that's driving the 95 Elantra. So there's gives you a little more leverage if you can change how you do that. So, and in that, I can say I didn't come up with this idea myself. In the recent federal election, the Liberals talked about a wealth tax, because that's essentially what it is. It's a wealth tax. So it's trying to reduce inequality by taxing wealth. And the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, they wrote a paper about it. It's referenced in the handout that I had. And in the Federal Municipal Association, the FCM, they also included it in one of their options for how they could readjust taxation to make things more fair. So it's buried in there also. So because that's a provincial jurisdiction, I know that you can't do that yourself here in Sooke, but you're going to that meeting of the BC municipalities in September. And I would really like it, and I think it would be great for the world and Sooke, if you would start to talk up this idea and talk to your colleagues about it and say, well, what do you think? And actually it might work and it could help a lot and it would reduce your inequality in Sooke and it would reduce your crime, I believe, right? Not just a random thing. And maybe it could be a resolution at next year's UBCM meeting to see if we could get more people on side because we need the province to actually make the changes to the legislation. So anyway, I would argue that inequality is probably one of the biggest problems that we're seeing that causes all these other things. And it causes people to end up on the street and living in those shelters or not living in a shelter at all because the city can't afford to build one, right? And so if we can reduce inequality, we can provide more supports for whatever we need to keep people happier and healthier and have better communities. They're safer. We know that countries that have lower inequality.
Time, if you could wrap up, please.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Countries that have lower inequality have better social stability. They're not as rambunctious. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. And we also received your discussion piece. So thank you for leaving that with us. Okay, next up is item 7, report of our Chief Administrative Officer.
Thank you, Worship. Nothing further much to add to my report included in the consent agenda. As this is my first day back from vacation, just wanted to say thank you to council and staff for the support while I was off in August there, resting and recharging. So thanks to staff for that. And quick update with the senior planner is it sounds like we are checking references for a preferred candidate who is from the island. So hopefully that'll be a quick transition to fill that vacancy left by Holden Blue. And just wanted to highlight a couple of the community beautification safety kind of projects that are been slowly getting implemented across the town here. And one of the latest ones was some wrapped garbage cans you may have noticed outside the high school and in the town center. The garbage cans are now wrapped. We worked in partnership with the South First Nation to come up with the images and the messaging on the garbage cans. So these are things all new garbage cans installed will be wrapped. And so now all the existing ones, we're working through that. So that was just a little side project that has finally come to fruition. And as well, I believe it kind of relates to some of the correspondence that's pulled is we have some permanent speed reader boards on order that we are waiting to be received to be permanently installed in a few locations there. And I'll just save that narrative in case some questions come later. And that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much and welcome back. Any questions for our CAO at this time? Okay, so we'll move on into our public question and comment period. So I'll open this up to anyone here tonight who wishes to address council on any item on tonight's agenda. This is the only portion where we will be inviting the public forward. So we ask that you please come forward and share your name with us. We don't require your address, and we will have 2 minutes allotted per speaker. And I will just gently try to cut you off when we hit the 2 minutes. But when you start speaking, our staff will turn on the timer so that it's present for you. We'll be here all night otherwise, but welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity of being here. My name is Kevin Elvers. I'm the CEO of McCullough Housing Society, and I'm joined here by Donna Perman, our property manager. We operate 245 affordable housing units in the district of Sooke. We used to own and operate a Hope Center many, many years ago, and we actually sold that property to the province and reinvested the proceeds from that disposition into both Charters and Drennan. I'm speaking to the item on the agenda, which is the permissive tax exemption policy, which the council is reviewing. I'll note really quickly that McColl is actually unable to apply to it because it actually specifically states that we're a below market housing provider, and therefore we're not able to apply. It's actually in the actual policy that was adopted in May 2025. Want to remind everybody, we're a nonprofit charitable organization. When we have a surplus, we have to give it back to government each and every year. When we have a deficit, we have to eat it. The current government and the current BC housing standards of the last 5 years are something very significantly different than they were 5 years ago. So anytime there's an additional cost hoist upon us, or a cost that we didn't see coming because of, for instance, we've had a permissive tax exemption in the past, we literally have to come up with a different way to fund that. We have a couple different options, not many. Potentially, I guess we could raise the rent of each of our tenants, but that's restricted by the Residential Tenancy Act. And based on the average rents at both buildings, the actual rent would go up by no more than $25. So there's no way it'll bridge the actual amount that the permissive tax exemption is going to cause. It's going to cause about $100 per unit per month if all of the taxes were paid by McCullough, because you're only waiving a certain component of the taxes, the municipal portion. So I want to really make people think about exactly what it is that we're doing by not permitting a below market housing provider, especially a nonprofit provider, a charitable organization provider, and hoisting that tax onto us. It'll impact the future rents of new tenants, so those rents will have to go up, but we're restricted by our government operating agreements and covenants and mortgages that we've signed for 60-year terms that say we can only charge a certain level of rent. And if we go over that amount, we breach our contracts and have to pay back literally millions of dollars to 2 different levels of government. Thank you for my 2 minutes. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers tonight? Yep, now's the time to just come forward as you can. Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Phil McGuire. I'm the manager of Knox Center. And I'm just going to add to the comments and add a little bit of detail specifically about Knox Center. He's covered the points quite well. I don't need to go over them again. We are in the same position. But to put some meat on that for us, we asked when the building was built how much we thought our property taxes would be, and we received some ideas of what that would be. And so we don't know what it would be, but we were given some guidance. Based on that, that would impact about 10% of our revenues at this time. It would impact at the moment, based on our 2024 free cash flow, 2/3 reduction. That is going to be a significant difficulty for us. We pretty much have no choice but to not only apply the statutory rent increase of 2.3% for 2026, but we feel compelled to go to the residential tenancy branch and ask that this tax, in effect, be passed on to the tenants. And in a similar numbers
Excuse
as
me,
what you
just
heard.
hold for a second,
Mhm.
gentlemen. When you're whispering, it's very disruptive. So please either take your conversation outside or maybe stop whispering. Thanks.
So the ultimate impact of that is the tenants will pay for this. We do pay already $28,000 a year roughly in sewer charges. So we're putting quite a bit of money into the coffers at the moment. So we just want to bring that to your attention. And we also have to look at raising our rents for new tenants. We can't do anything about the existing tenants, but we can raise the rent for new tenants. We don't want to do that because it creates an inequality in the building. When I play rent increases, I play the same rent increase to a 1, 2, 3 or bedroom unit, even if the rents are slightly different, which they can be over time because we do add a little bit. So we would rather not do that. So we're asking that, given that we're a nonprofit, given we don't get to keep our operating surpluses, they must stay within the organization. If we could be given some consideration, we certainly read the policy and understand that we're not eligible under the policy, but under the nonprofit provisions, we would ask that we be given consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you for presenting tonight. Other speakers? Okay.
Thank you for taking the time. My name is Mike Manhas. I am the founder of Soberfest and Rewired Recovery Foundation and part of Construction Foundation of BC. It's agenda number 13.6 about the Forge. I have some literature here if you want, but mental health and addiction is affecting everyone. I think everyone, it's within arm's reach of everybody in our communities today. 53% of the deaths in the trades or in with the opioid addiction is happening in the trades. Harm reduction isn't working for the trades because people in majority of those services are being catered to people downtown. The likelihood of someone in the trades actually walking into a safe injection site is pretty slim. Most of our people in the trades are dying at home alone. The Forge is a concept of where let's change that. Our goal is we're not doing harm reduction. There are services out there for that. Like VICA does a tailgate toolkit to help people on the sites to make sure they have those supplies. Our goal is to work on recovery. I myself am in long-term recovery. The Forge we bought the old Bikers Clubhouse. You guys all know it. It's infamous. It is in Langford, but the services are for everybody in all 12 municipalities. Now that we've bought it, we have a $500,000 upgrade we have to do to make it feasible to actually use the building. If you can imagine a biker clubhouse, it's a biker clubhouse. There's with the torture chamber and everything in the back. And I'm not exaggerating. And so our goal is one, to smudge the place and to create something new. And we want to expand it to double the footprint so that we can provide free counseling, free aftercare, free recovery coaching. And it would start with, we have a peer-to-peer support app that people can hook up to connect with people in recovery, where they can engage in conversations. When they're ready, they would get sent to myself, which I would see what would fit. And usually we'll send them to treatment or outpatient treatment. But the gap that we find in our society today is we send people to treatment. We expect them to come back and be okay. Treatment is such a small part of the puzzle. What we need is a continuum of care and an aftercare program. What we need is people to be able to, we can't expect people to hide from society. And that's not what we want. We want people to be able to go to treatment, come out, get supported by the Forge. You get the supported aftercare through the different services I talked about. But the big piece that I think we're going to work on is that there'll be like a sober bar there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Sorry for talking so long.
No, we appreciate you being here and thank you for bringing that forward to our attention. Other speakers tonight, please? If any. Well, let's see if there's any first time. Is there anyone else here to speak tonight on any items? Make sure I don't miss anyone. Okay, thank you. We will continue on. Thank you everyone for being here. Is there? Nope. Okay, thank you. Okay, so moving on here, we are in item 9, which is our consent agenda, which includes items 9.2 correspondence all the way through to 9.10. And council, as you may know, anyone can extract any item, but at this point, I'll look for a mover that the following items on the consent agenda be adopted by consent. It's moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Beddoes. Okay, so as a seconder you can, but please turn on your microphone.
Yeah, I'd like to 9.9.
9.9, okay. Anything else from anyone?
On the correspondence of like 16Gs.
Okay, hold on. 16G
Correct.
on the correspondence, so that'll go to the next regular meeting, 16G. Is that it for you, Councillor Beddoes?
Thank you.
Councillor Pearson, microphone, please.
9.7, but I do see no, I think, yes, I would like to remove 9.7.
9.7
Yep.
to be pulled? Okay. Was that it?
Yep. That was it.
Okay, just turn your microphone off.
Thank you.
Anything else from anyone? Councillor McMath?
Can we pull 9.6?
9.6, okay. That's good. Okay. Anything from anyone else? Okay, so all remaining items, once we move, we'll follow the action listed there. So 9.6, 9.7, 9.9, and those will all follow our regular discussion in the appropriate space. So I'll call a question on this motion. All in favor, please? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. So that moves us into item 10, which is our report section, starting in 10.1. The Union of BC Municipalities Strategic Priorities Fund grant applications. Over to staff, please.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship to Council, UBCM this summer has opened up intakes for funding applications under their Strategic Priorities Fund, I'll refer to as SPF, for capital projects as well as their capacity stream. In terms of the capital stream, the UBCM SPF fund is up to $7 million for capital projects, and for their capacity building stream, it's up to $500,000. Funding applications for both these streams must be submitted this Friday, September 12th. District staff have received support letters for the capital stream component of this application from the Ministry of Transportation Transit, BC Transit, MLA La Jeunesse, as well as School District 62 in the Capital Regional District. District staff are requesting council's consideration to support funding applications under both the streams for the following projects. For the UBCM SPF capital stream, a $7 million application towards the Throop Road Connector project. This is the same project that council has supported under previous funding applications this year under the Federal Active Transportation Fund, as well as the Community Housing Infrastructure Fund. Both these grant streams, as well as this UBCM one, all allow for grant stacking. So basically, the district's commitment under the resolutions that will be presented to council tonight of $42 million and change is already been committed for by council under two other previous applications. So essentially this grant application under the capital stream, if successful, is essentially another $7 million towards the project. I have further details laid out in my report for council that go over some of the funding and previous grant applications we've applied for. If the district is successful with this funding application, as well as the two previous ones we've applied for this year, funding up to $29 million will be secured for the Throop Road and Phillips Connector project. The second stream that UBCM opened up was their capacity stream. This stream allows for applications of up to $500,000. We've put together two projects for this stream that are ideally done in unison. It's basically an amendment to the district's liquid waste management plan and the development of the wastewater master plan for the district. Total of these two projects will be $496,900, and it would be for full funding for the projects, no commitment on the district's end. Just a brief summary of it, the initial stages of the district's liquid waste management plan are requirements by the ministry, and they were developed 20 years ago before the sanitary collection system and treatment plant were incorporated. The initial liquid waste management plan stages were completed in 2005 with the implementation of the sewer system in the district of Sooke. Following the implementation of the sewer system, the ministry required the district to follow a revised Stage 3 liquid waste management plan completed in 2010. The Stage 3 plan is now 15 years old. Few things have been addressed, but the majority of them have not been done. The liquid waste management plan is under a full review right now by the district. We're working with our consultants to conduct that as a requirement from the ministry for issuance of our operational certificate that we're been granted for the expansion to our wastewater treatment plan. Essentially, it's critical that this plan gets redone, and the result of the review happening that's underway right now will indicate that an amendment to this plan should take place because it is almost 15 years old and not many action items have been accounted for or completed by the district. So this grant application is an excellent opportunity. It falls right into all the eligibility requirements. And yes, I'm happy to answer any questions on the capacity stream as well as the capital stream. I have the following resolutions presented to council for your consideration this evening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carter, for your report today. I'll just start with one question where it does state in this resolution that council commits to fund any project cost overruns. And it may be the case where we could be successful with this grant, but not with another, which would still require, in the case of the Throop Road connection, electoral approval, of which we don't have. and won't have until next year. So where does that fit in? Because it's difficult to say we can fund this when we don't have electoral consent yet.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and it's very similar to the other two applications that have been previously presented to council. You're committing to the money if the project goes forward. To determine if the project goes forward will ultimately unfold with the success or not success of these grant applications, as well as the scheduled referendum in unison with the fall 2026 elections. So if basically the referendum failed, we would give back the grant money. That's how it would work if we were successful under these applications. If we were only successful with one or two of the applications, again, we would then know the amount of the project that the district would need to commit to. That would be the amount scheduled for the referendum. So the commitment of $42 million, it is a lot of money, but this commitment has already been done twice by the district. So it's been done under the ATF fund as well as the CHIF fund. And I've laid out in the financial implications section of the report. So this is a $50 million project. Within that $50 million, there is just over $14 million built in contingencies for the project. All aspects have been covered off on this. We are expecting, if the project does go forward, to get very competitive pricing on a project so large. And if successful with 3 of these applications, it could fund up to $29 million of the project. We could see the project tendered out at anywhere from $40 to $45 million with competitive rates, and it would potentially drop a referendum down to about $10 to $15 million for a $50 million project.
Okay, and just to follow up, I seem to recall with the federal grant stream that we could look for an outcome of that late this year or early next. Do you know what the turnaround on this one would look like?
I anticipate the turnaround with this one will be in the first quarter or second quarter of next year, which similarly I'm expecting for the ATF as well as the CHIF fund. They're both federal streams. They typically take a year. I've been reaching out as well as our consultants to the grant partners on a monthly basis to see if we can get any indication of updates, which I would provide to council. But I anticipate that we will know of success or not with all 3 of these grant opportunities by the end of the first quarter in 2026. So
Okay,
we would
'cause
know
that's
about
part
that.
of preparing a ballot question is knowing those details, and we would need to submit that and know the outcome. So, okay. Thank you for that. I'll turn to members of council for questions, please. Councillor St. Pierre, no? Okay, Councillor Haldane.
So the Local Government Act doesn't allow us to tie the hands of future councils. So with this strategic report here and the fact that we're not going to have a referendum until the next election, what would be the use of tying their hands with a vote on this tonight?
Making grant applications require council resolutions, especially for significant ones. So it makes very much so a stronger application if those resolutions are submitted in support of the projects.
So the fact that it says council commits to fund any project cost overruns, can that be taken out? I mean, if you want council to support the road being fixed up, I don't want to, or I would never feel comfortable committing to.
That will be a council decision. Ultimately, staff have put forward their recommendation here, and then when we go through these, it'll be up to council to move second or not, and so forth.
And sorry, just to add to that, the wording cannot be changed, is very specific for the resolutions that councils commit to the projects as well as any cost overruns. But there is over $14 million, up to 30% contingencies built into this project. We don't anticipate having cost overruns on this project.
So don't ask any more questions, or?
Well, if it's germane to the decision that's being in front of us, then yes,
So
questions
just
are
a yes
why.
or no to this then? Is that what I'm getting?
Well, there's no motion on the floor, so I can't yes or no anything because there's no resolution on the floor. We're simply asking our staff for anything further in addition to the report that they've already provided.
Right. That's
So
why
if
I was
you
asking
have other
information.
questions, then that would be the time. But in terms of the discussion, we haven't had that debate yet, so.
Okay.
Councillor Pearson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report. So my question is that we're applying, and I believe the one, I think it was the UBC Strategic Priorities Fund grant, is 7 million is the maximum that anyone municipality can apply for?
Correct.
So it's not based on percentage of the project. So if we're able to reduce that project, there's no risk of that $7 million decreasing. It's not percentage wise?
Nope.
Okay. So if we were able to come with a project, let's say, and we don't need our contingency fund of 30%, which would be 17 million on 50, we would have a fairly significant portion.
That is correct.
I'm hopeful.
That is correct. However, if we change the scope of our project, we reduce the scope of our project, we eliminate components of the projects that are considered by some as nice to have, such as sidewalks, bike lanes, separated boulevards. It basically will not make us eligible for a lot of the applications we applied for under the ATF fund as well as the CHIF fund. So there is risk in changing the scope of the project. The scope of the project changes. We would essentially go back to redesign. We would then have to contact the funding partners and potentially withdraw our applications.
Yep, thank you.
And then for those viewing, ATF is Active Transportation Fund, so
Okay.
that would be cycling and pedestrian movement.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a different stream though. That's in the same grants, but it's covered differently. Okay. Now this is a historical question, maybe. So this plan, our plan that we're costing out at about $50 million plus or minus. Is this plan similar to the 2008 plan that went to referendum before? Is the overall plan? 2005.
It's a lot different.
It's a lot different? Okay.
Yes, the plan did not have your council's transportation master plan. There was no
Right.
roundabout first policy. There was no roundabout on the north side of Sea Park. There was literally 2 travel lanes and a through lane. There would have been a lot of congestion. If that referendum would have passed about whatever it was, 10, 15 years ago, we would be in stages of redesign right now.
Okay. Yep. No, thank you. Thank you for that. I just because I'm getting asked that question. Is it the same road plan that we rejected already once before? Because people are anticipating it in the public, so.
Same area, but it's different.
Thank you.
This one is more designed for a 50 to 7,500 year outlook. The other one was more of a short-term solution.
Yep, thank you.
Is it reasonable to suggest Grant Road West versus current charters today? Grant Road West has no sidewalks, no streetlights, as it is, we know it right now, where we receive complaints about speeding and pedestrian safety. Charters Road today has sidewalks, lighting, more safe, attractive. That's kind of the difference. If folks wanted a visual, do you want more of Grant Road West, or would you like more of Charters Road, perhaps? 2005. And I think the alignment changed somewhat.
Just one more important piece to add is that going into the first quarter or near the end of the first quarter next year, we will know of success with these funding applications or not. So we will know ultimately what the worst case of the district's commitment would be. We anticipate knowing, as soon as we know about this, I'm going to be working hand in hand with Ms. Moog. We are going to be putting out tons of public information on the project. We will host several open houses so that the public has the opportunity to ask as many questions, see visual presentations, traffic studies, pros and cons of the project, so they can make an informed decision during the referendum scheduled for fall next year.
Anything else, Councillor Pearson? St. Pearson?
Yep. Kevin, thank you. Thank you, Chair. So anticipating the referendum question, we're going to have, it sounds like the Cadillac version, we're not going to have option A and option B. It's going to be option only. Is that kind of the way I understand that?
That's correct, because that's what we've applied for under these grant funds with the active transportation and CHIF.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor St. Pierre?
Thank you, Worship. Through your Worship to staff, I'm curious about the short turnaround time. Does this improve our chances? Because it feels like short turnaround time. It's got to go out like this Friday. How long was there to lead up to this? And I know that this project's been in the works and, you know, getting shovel ready. So can you tell me a bit about whether or not our chances are better for all that? Well, in your opinion.
So what was
obviously.
the question? When did this grant
When did
opportunity?
this grant opportunity come up? What was the turnaround time? And do we have a better chance because of it?
They opened up this grant opportunity in the summer this year. As the CHIF and the ATF, I strongly believe that we have very significantly strong grant applications for this project because there's a lot of regional contextual benefits to it, as well as public safety, active transportation. And there's a lot of environmental considerations and aspects being taken in alignment with this project. So there is, I believe we have very strong applications under all three of the funding streams.
Excellent. And through your worship, also, just to confirm, this 7 million, like the other two, is basically dependent on the project going forward. That's dependent on the referendum. The district is not actually financially liable for anything and can return all the monies. But the decision tonight is really on whether or not we want to reduce the tax burden and potentially reduce the amount of the referendum ask. Is that correct?
That's correct. If the referendum does not pass, we would notify the grant partners and we would basically return the money, which wouldn't be given to us at that point yet anyways. But yes, we would retract our applications and say the project did not go forward with funding.
Perfect. I'm prepared to support the motion when it comes up.
Okay, I just see a few other hands and then I'll turn to you, Councillor Bateman, then Beddoes, then McMath, I think.
Okay, thank you. Through you to Mr. Carter. These are stacking grants, right? So the mission here is to reduce the potential price tag as much as possible by next October. I note with the UBCM capital stream, the total amount in that fund is 119 million. So we are asking for a very hefty share. But I guess that's the game, correct?
That is the game, and that's correct. And the last application we made under this stream, we were not successful with. So I think we got a very good chance of being successful with this application. We were not funded for a $6 million application for the charters improvement project. We funded that through other sources of funding. But yes, I believe we're got a very strong application, good chance of success with this, even for $7 million.
Okay, good. I'm curious about this liquid waste management plan update. So it's currently being reviewed, but you anticipate that the review will conclude that we need a new liquid waste management plan.
We're almost certain on that.
Almost certain. Okay. And some of those recommendations within the 2010 plan, there was the insistence on user pay policies and bylaws, sewer parcel tax.
Yep.
So we've done that. Yes.
I use user pay. Yeah, there is a parcel tax right now that is basically includes the parcel tax for the loan amount that was taken out for the system, as well as the operation and maintenance costs of that. I'm reviewing that right now with Ms. Liu, our finance director, and we will be putting something forward for council consideration this year to transition when the loan gets paid off, to introduce the asset management component to that, try and have that balanced out so there's no overall net cost to the users, and provide council with an option to basically have a user pay system based on CRD water meter rates that would be taken in the winter, and then people that use more will pay more.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here we are in 2025. We're doing things differently than we did in 2010. So I think there were 7 recommendations arising out of the liquid waste plan. We did complete the rainwater management plan, stages 2 and 3. There is regulated maintenance program for private on-site septic systems, and we kind of shied away from that last year. Where do we stand with that?
Well, that's correct, and that's why the plan's under review. So we're going to be reviewing every aspect of the plan, and we have not completed the stage 2 and 3 rainwater liquid waste management plan. We've completed the stage 1. Still current are the stage 2 and 3 rainwater liquid waste management plan, as well as the stage 3 wastewater. Those are both the ones that we're working on concurrently. What I've attached to this report is basically an addendum to the liquid waste management plan, and that is a very concise, about 10-page document that gives a summary of all the stages, where we're at, as well as the list you're referring to. So that will get reviewed this year.
Yeah.
And then out of that, we will have to do an amendment to the plan, which are quite substantial undertakings with public consultation. And that's why this grant was just very fitting for that.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I missed that particular report. That ongoing progress report. Anyway, I'm sure it's in here. And I'm getting older and dumber.
Waste management plan amendment, proposal.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Attachment 3.
All right. And my final question regards the Stantec proposal. This is a $400,000 revision of the liquid waste management plan. There's a question here around re-engaging with Kaltassin and Whippenspit neighborhoods. So there will be one letter will go out to the neighborhoods, and there will be one neighborhood meeting. Now, I take it Stantec will be fully equipped with all of the feedback from the previous engagements. Because yeah, is that just a straight question?
Yes, they are.
I hope this will be dealt with very sensitively, because while, you know, the last letter from the district in March 2023 stated for Whippenspit, the district will not continue to initiate wastewater service expansion of this neighborhood without additional funding sources. For Kaltassin, the district is actively pursuing other means to secure funding, given the interest expressed by property owners during the consultation. So just to go sensitively, particularly in the Whippenspit area.
Yeah, everything will be done very sensitively. In terms of what's happening is the review is going to take place this year in most likely December, early January. I'm going to provide a report to council on the review of our current liquid waste management plan, as well as the recommendations of that. And then going forward, we'll know by the end of first quarter next year if we're successful with this funding opportunity. When we know of success with that, we will basically have a more detailed proposal presented than the one that's attached to this report. That one was for funding purposes only, as well as an action plan and how we're going to deliver it. And that will be presented to council for ultimate approval to go forward with.
Thank you, sir.
Councillor Beddoes?
Through your worship to Mr. Carter, could you just give us a recap of these other two financial streams that we've applied for? You said the 7 million that we just talked about tonight. Then we have the other two grants. Could you tell me a little bit more for the people here that may not have the history? And I forgot a lot too, so.
For sure. So $49 million project, $50 million project. Within that $50 million, there is $14 million in contingencies. So if we didn't use our contingencies or a small portion of them, that project would be $35 million. Right now, to date, with this application for consideration tonight, which is $7 million, on top of that, we have made application to the ATF funds for $16,900,000 to the CHIF funding program for another $5 million and change. And we've been successful already with $500,000 from the Ministry of Transportation Transit Active Transportation Grant. The total grant funding we would receive, if successful with all of them, would be just over $29 million to support a $50 million project that is likely to be tendered out between $40 and $45 million because there's substantial contingencies built in, which would leave the remaining amount of this $50 million project to be around maybe $10 to $15 million to the taxpayers. That would be a referendum question for next year.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was hoping for.
Okay, Councillor McMath has asked for a health break. After we deliberate or after we exhaust questions? Okay. Did you have any questions? Okay, Councillor Haldane for a second time.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor. The one thing that I'm not too sure of in this $50 million is there's a lot of implications with landowners along this route. So if we are not able to get land from these people, I'm guessing donated somehow or going to exchange for zoning. I don't know how you're going to work that out. If we have to buy that land, will there be implications to this $50 million or is that already in this price?
So in terms of land cannot be discussed in public meetings. Council was provided an update January, and I am in discussions with any applicable property owners in the corridor, which I have informed council I'd be giving you a wholesome update in an in-camera meeting, probably in November, early December this year. And at that meeting, council will be provided all the information with my recommendations, and staff will await your direction from there.
So if we were given this project at $50 million, we don't have to discuss specifics on landowners or land issues. Will the project cost more money if we can't secure lands from these people? Yes or no, I guess.
There are cost implications that are associated with land, yes.
Okay, so the tax burden of borrowing $50 million is one thing. So it could cost more money if we have to buy land. So ultimately, what would be the tax increase for Sooke taxpayers if we had to foot the bill for all this? Just a
I
ballpark figure.
can't disclose any land costs. I just.
No, not even like that. How
I'll
about just
provide.
the 50 million?
We
that
don't
can
have that information because we're uncertain at this point which grant is going to come available. So
must have done-
to then ask,
Sorry, some of the land.
speaking,
Yeah.
both of you. So in the event, it's a little bit hard right now to say the tax increase next year is, in the next 2 years, is going to be X when there's a number of unknowns. This is an opportunity. What's in front of us and what a staff is asking us to do is to apply for a funding opportunity for a grant that we are eligible for. And that is what is in front of us here today, is a grant application.
Well, they're asking for support as well. If it says support the through.
We will discuss this when a resolution is on the floor, and at that time, you have the opportunity to amend the resolution or vote against it. But at this time, I'm looking for questions that may assist council in making a decision on the motion that has been provided to you. Council ultimately can move what staff has put forward or not do anything, and we'll just carry on to the next item. But in which case, we would lose this opportunity to advance infrastructure in our community.
It just seems like it's missing information. That's all.
Okay, well, that I recognize you've joined us late in the term here. So we're all doing our best to keep you apprised, but ultimately the ship is sailing. So I'm going to turn to Councillor St. Pierre, as you had indicated a desire to move the resolution. So I'll turn it to you, and please turn off your microphone, Councillor Haldane, to avoid background noise.
Thank you. I'd like to move the motion that council supports the Throop Road and Phillips Road Connector Active Transportation Corridor project and confirms that this project will be tender ready in 2026 for anticipated construction 2027 through 2029 at a total project cost of $49,791,200. And the council supports the funding application for $7 million to the Union British Columbia to UBCM Strategic Priorities Fund Capital Infrastructure Stream. And the council commit to its share of the total remaining project cost of $42,791,200, as well as any project cost overruns. Should I separate these or just?
You can move it, and then we'll see if someone's seconded, like you can move the block, or we
Okay.
can do.
Yes, just this block and the next one is separate. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the end of that block.
Perfect.
So the first part has been moved. Is there a seconder? That's seconded by Councillor McMath to motivate her to speak to the motion. Now it's on the floor.
Okay, so as previously clarified, this doesn't actually put the district in any sort of financial liability so long as the project doesn't go forward. So at this point, we're simply trying to ensure that the tax burden is as small as it can be if the referendum passes. We need to do this for our taxpayers, and we actually desperately need the infrastructure. So there's really absolutely no downside. I understand that not all the answers are in the report, and that's because the report is really just around a grant application, and it's not a fulsome report on the entire project or every other aspect of it. And I understand that not everything is there.
Councillor McMath is a seconder. Good. Okay. Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I just want to point out that when Charters Road closed, I'm probably had 100 people come up to me and said, "Get on with it, get that Throop Road done." And we're not committed to very much of anything because it's going to be the people that will decide. When we have a figure, then it'll go to a referendum, and the more we can get the grant, the lower that figure is going to be. And I'm all in favor of this motion.
Okay. Others, Councillor Pearson.
Yep, thank you. It's always good to apply for grants when we can get them. It's hard for me to look past the price tag. That's a huge ask for our community, and built into this is disappointment if we can't afford it through the taxpayers. And because we're going to ask a question, and there's going to be a range of what's going to be acceptable to the taxpayers. And then at some point, there's going to be a breaking point. And, I would hope hope that we also have Plan B, which was to my earlier discussion, that, you know, maybe there's something else we can do that's less cost, but there's no risk in applying for grants. There's a risk on the overall price tag of this. That's the big part for me that I'm struggling with. I'm going to support the motion to always apply for every grant, but I think in the background, we've got something else that's very pressing, which is just the overall price tag. We need this infrastructure. I don't know how we're going to get it.
Okay, other comments? Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, so I too will support this absolutely and logically and without any doubts. This is the latest stacking of the grants we're seeking. We must remember that this became very, as Councillor Beto said, last year was we were just coming to the end of the Charters Road closure, and that summer, the summer of discontent, and people all, you know, it's a terrible time for many commuters. And of course, at the pop-up events the district held, there was a lot of interest in a referendum. And this is going to move us forward to a point where we can have that firm and almost final price tag to bring forward. So yeah, absolutely in favor of this. And Councillor Haldane, that piece in the Community Charter or the Local Government Act about tying the hands of future councils, I'd be very interested to see that, because that is something we need to also look at. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Haldane, now would be the time to speak on this item.
Thank you. I don't support the idea of committing to a fund of any cost overruns for the very reason that I believe, whether we want to talk about it or not, that the property is secure and whether or not it won't cost us piles and piles of money. So I think the $50 million price tag is going to turn to $75 million. And I think that taxpayers aren't going to be given the proper information to understand what it is they're voting on come this thing, because we don't have a plan B, as Councillor Pearson says, when we should have an option for if this doesn't fly, or if we don't get the property, or if things are going to cost a pile of money more. So plan B would be just push through the portion of Throop Road, which would at least get a lane of traffic so you can get some cars from Sun River into Sooke without having to come out onto Sooke Road. We've done none of that, so we're offering one alternative. That's it. And I don't believe that people should be offered only one alternative. So, I mean, I support going after grants all the time and whatnot too, but I don't support going after them if we don't understand what we're trying to fund here. And there's not enough information here for me. If there is any hidden information, I'd love to get it. So you're saying I'm behind the 8 ball here because I haven't been at some of these council meetings. I know I've only ever heard of this $50 million, and I haven't heard of how we're paying for it or what the tax implications are to the taxpayer. So if that's out there, then by all means, I'd love to hear it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor St. Pierre?
I realized earlier that I was remiss in not actually thanking staff for diligently looking for all these grants and the quick turnaround time on getting them. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for looking out for the interests of taxpayers and trying to get this to hopefully, I mean, obviously sticker shock of $49 million. There's no way a referendum on that would pass. I don't think, no matter what. But I am truly grateful that we might be looking at something more palatable. So thank you for all your work.
Okay, thank you. I will support this. I do recognize hearing $50 million is extraordinarily, is a lot of money. Our staff have an opportunity, have identified an opportunity to find ways to reduce that. The grant, as we've heard, closes on Friday. They've also shared that many other pieces remain unknown or in discussion, and that will be revealed in time. But if we wait for all of that, we miss this opportunity to potentially lock in $7 million or a portion thereof. So at this point, we need to go with what we know to date and hope that we get a successful outcome. Last summer, the province, who are then MLA, told me repeatedly to just get on with this road and to punch it through. It's not an easy corridor, given the sensitivity from environment and from a reconciliation perspective, topography, slope, heavily used by school-aged children to access Sea Park and other amenities to get to school. The option to just dump in gravel to single lanes for just seems like a all-out fail to me. Which is why we're progressing this. But ultimately, as more, if landowners are unable to come through, then our staff will come forward with a different possibility that will come to us later again, and we'll ultimately make that decision. But tonight we're looking to apply for a grant or not to. So if there's money available that we're eligible for, it would be in our interest to apply for the grant and to go for a successful outcome. So on that, I will call the question, please. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Haldane is opposed. That carries. The next part, please. Councillor St. Pierre, would you like to go through the next portion?
The council supports the district's waste management plan amendment and wastewater master plan project at a total project cost of 496,900 for completion in 2026 through 2027. And the council support the funding application for 496,900 to the UBCM Strategic Priorities Fund Capacity Building Stream. And the council commits to fund any project cost overruns.
Okay, that's seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Anything further, Councillor St. Pierre on the motion? No. Councillor Beddoes? Anyone else have any discussion, motivation? Councillor Pearson, one way or the other?
Yep, through the chair, thank you. Back to our Director of Engineering. So you talked about the debt retiring on the sewer plant. Do we have ETA on that?
Sorry, the what?
The debt retiring on our waste management system.
Yes, I do. That debt is basically going to be realized through fall of next year. So we're going to be presenting strategies for council's consideration this winter. We will be working on that through the first and second quarter of next year, me and Ms. Lau, and presenting options for council to consider and give us direction to proceed with.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
Councillor St. Pierre, then Bateman.
I've been told I need to practice gratitude because I keep forgetting to say thank you. So I'm working on it. I'd like to thank staff for getting this underway because it sounds like we would have had to pay for a large portion of this through taxpayers otherwise, and the work would need to have been done. So thank you once again for watching out for our taxpayers.
Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, so I too am in favor of this and thank you. Yeah, to you and all of the staff, the fire department too, for looking at the UBCM funding streams and routinely and always chasing them. So that's critical. Here's another one. This is very much arising with the infrastructure shortfalls. The Strategic Priorities Fund covers a lot of ground, and wastewater is one central part of it. And I think there's $106 million is available. So we're again seeking a fair share of that amount, and well wishes to all of us.
Anything from anyone else? So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Haldane is opposed, and that carries. Thank you. So at this time, I will call for a health break. It is 7:46. We will resume the meeting at 7:56. So in 10 minutes, and then we will move on to 11.1. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we are at time at 7:56. So if I could please bring everyone back, please. Okay, thank you. So we are now in our bylaw section, number 11, and the first item is 11.1, the permissive tax exemption bylaw. And council, you did hear earlier today from a few providers of needed housing. So I'll turn it over to staff, please, to take us through this report.
Thank you, everyone. Through the mayor to council and the members of the public, we're here today to present the permissive tax exemption bylaw number 930 for council to give first 3 readings. The previous bylaw expired and we need to start fresh and create a new bylaw. Staff have provided 5 options for council's consideration. I'm going to use PTE for permissive tax exemption and BMR for below market rental housing to shorten the terms and save some time.
I'd like to excuse or recuse myself from this as I'm a board of directors member of the Sooke Community Association. They are an interest in this bylaw change, so.
Okay, so for the record, Councillor Haldane is stepping out on this entire conversation due to his affiliation with the Sooke Community Association. However, I'm wondering if you're not going to vote on any of these. You're not a director on every organization that's applying.
No, but I did talk to Nancy and ask her what my options are, and really at this point, because there's 5 or 6 different options there for tax exemptions, the community association will come up with 100%, 41% in some, there's 18. So I don't want to be part of, I realize that it has to do with nonprofits and that there isn't any gain for me in any of it, but at this time, it'd probably be better.
Okay, noted.
Okay, thank you.
Will Councillor Haldane be going so we can?
In the lounge.
In the lounge, okay. Okay, let's hold the chatter and then back to staff, please.
Thank you. Through the mayor, here are some facts about permissive tax exemption. According to Section 224 of the Community Charter, PTE is granted at the discretion of council, and there is no obligation to give the exemption. PTEs do not result in lost revenue for the district. Exempt amounts are distributed to non-exempt property owners. Each year, PTE must be provided by bylaw and approved by council prior to October 31st for the following year's tax exemption. Today's presentation has 2 parts. In part 1, we'll briefly go through the PTE policy revision that took place in May this year. In part 2, we'll provide a summary of the new PTE applications received for the 2026 taxation year, and we'll go through the 5 options for the new PTE bylaw. I will take questions at the end of the presentation. We'll start from part 1, PTE policy. The PTE policy review was triggered by the large amount of exemptions granted to BMR properties. Currently, the district has 3 BMR properties located at Drennan Street, Charters Road, and Church Road. The total exemptions from these 3 places accounted for about 40% of the district's total PTE value. Council requested a PTE policy review after the public had raised some concerns last year. It's worth noting that the province has mechanisms in place for tax relief on non-market housing. According to BC assessment, non-market housing generally falls under 2 property classifications, Class 1 residential and Class 3 supportive housing. The assessed value of Class 1 residential could be reduced by up to 70% if there's housing agreement covenant registered on the title of the land. Because property tax is based on assessed value, the tax levied could be reduced by up to 70% accordingly. We have seen the property located at 275 Drennan Street had a 70% reduction in its assessed value because it meets the province's criteria. Class 3 supportive housing receives assessed value of the nominal amount of $2, and the Hope Center in Sooke falls under this category with assessed value of $2. So the province has a process in place to identify eligible housing properties for tax relief. BC Assessment has trained assessors to apply the rules consistently across the province. These inspections and assessments are outside the scope of Sooke's municipal operations. The district's new PTE policy states that BMR is excluded from PTE. This is consistent with other jurisdictions' practices. As part of the policy study, we have calculated the percentage of PTE relative to tax levy ratio for 16 municipalities across BC. A higher PTE to tax levy ratio means a municipality has granted more exemptions relative to the amount of property tax it levied. The higher the ratio, the higher the amount of tax burden shifted to non-exempt property owners. Out of the 16 municipalities, 14 of them fall in the range of 0.5% to 1.5%. Terrace and Sooke lead the pack, exceeding 2%. So as highlighted in red on the chart, the district of Sooke's ratio is at 2.02%, which is only second to Terrace. We're at the higher end of the spectrum, which means we gave more exemptions than average with a relatively small tax base. Here are some examples about how other municipalities handle their PTEs. Terrace does not grant PTE to affordable housing. Terrace Council has decided that non-profit groups should start paying municipal taxes. In the past, Victoria granted PTE to some affordable housing for 10 years, and these PTEs have expired. Victoria stopped granting PTE to affordable housing because there are just so many of them. Nanaimo only grants PTE to supportive housing with 24/7 service on site, and they do not permit PTE to affordable housing with long-term rental income. It's crucial to highlight that all of the above-mentioned municipalities have a bigger tax base than Sooke, and they do not allow PTE on affordable housing. However, Saanich and Lanford both recently adopt policies that allow PTEs for affordable housing. It's truly at council's discretion with regards to setting PTE policy within each municipality. To summarize, the district's new PTE policy identifies the following guiding principles at council's discretion. A, to implement an annual cap on the total PTE granted in the district. B, cap the individual property's PTE at a certain value to prevent an excessive amount of tax burden being shifted from one property to non-exempt taxpayers. And C, transition houses, supportive housing, assisted living are the new eligible categories and no exemption for below market rental housing. We're moving to part 2, and we'll talk about the new PTE applications and 5 options for the new PTE bylaw. So although the new policy states that the BMR properties are ineligible for PTE, the property owners of the 3 BMR properties, they all have reapplied for the 2026 taxation year. 33 properties in 6 categories are included in the applications. Sooke Lines no longer owns the property at 2008 Murray Road, and therefore it does not qualify for PTE. A new application is received from Sooke Transition House Society. Per the applicant's request, we keep the address confidential. The total number of properties of 33 remain unchanged from last year, with a total exemption value of $286,459 for Sooke's municipal tax. As illustrated on the pie chart, 39% of the exemption value applied for the 2026 taxation year is attributed to BMR, which is the largest out of the 6 categories. 18% is for parks and recreation properties, 7% for public worship. Air Manor and Sooke Hospice are the 2 assisted living properties, accounting for 4%. Sooke Transition House Society accounts for under 1%. Children's Health Foundation, the Thrift Shop, Sooke Region Museum, and Wanda Fuka Salmon Restoration Society and other not-for-profit organizations account for the remaining 31%. In the previous bylaw for the 2025 taxation year, all BMR properties were granted PTE. If we maintain the status quo with a total of $286,459 in exemption value applied this year, it results in shifting $76 in tax burden to a typical residential house and $302 for typical business property. The recreation nonprofit property owners will have a very minimum impact at about $5. The status quo is listed as option 5 for the new PTE bylaw. This is the most favorable option for exempt property owners, with the largest amount of tax burden shifted to non-exempt taxpayers. So let's look at the other 4 options. Both option 1 and 2 exclude BMR from permissive tax exemptions. This is in compliance with the current PTE policy. As illustrated in the table on the slide, under option 2, if we exclude BMR and only grant PTE to the other categories, a typical residential home in Sooke will shoulder $46 of the tax burden. In option 1, if we put a cap on the non-BMR properties, the tax burden is further reduced to $33 for a typical residential house. A typical business class property will pay $131 more under option 1 and $183 under option 2. Both options 3 and 4 deviate from the current PTE policy by including BMR, and they need further deliberations from council. So under option 3, if we grant PTE to BMR and cap the exemption at a fixed amount, the tax burden shifted to a typical residential house is $41. Under option 4, if we target the total exempt value at exactly 1.7% of the district total tax levy, which is the maximum stated in the policy, all properties across the board, including BMR, will receive a reduced PTE at 85.8% instead of 100%. Under this option, the tax burden shifted to a typical residential house is $65. So option 1 is the most favorable for non-exempt property owners. The tax burden due to PTE is reduced by more than half compared to option 5. To conclude, the district's approach to the PTE process is driven by the balance between supporting local not-for-profit organizations, i.e. the PTE recipients, and limiting the tax burden on non-exempt property owners. So I look forward to council's direction, and thank you all for listening. Happy to take any questions now.
Okay, thank you very much for the report and today's presentation. So ultimately, so I have this straight in my head here, the total tax burden for everyone is the $622,737. And that's now what we're looking through the various options. And then that's where the cost per household would vary from the 33 of your tax bill, $33 or $76.
Yeah. The $600 taxes, that's the total tax.
Total tax.
The 286 is only the municipal portion.
Sorry, so the total tax meaning like
All agencies to school,
Oh,
police, DC
okay.
assessment,
all of those
all
things
agencies, that's 600.
and $22. Okay. And then the municipal portion, the district of Sooke portion is the 280.
286 exempt that in the from all the applications.
From all applications.
All applications, yes. If
Oh,
we
okay.
if we grant out, that's how much you're going to exempt. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So 286 accounts for around 2% of the municipal tax
Yeah.
because we
Okay.
levy 14 million.
Right. Yes. And I appreciate this came about because so much of our taxes are borne by residences and we have a growing list of services. And that's why we triggered the policy, knowing that that's where many were on 10 years. They've like everything expired now. And then is the intention of the new bylaw to then make a decision for another 10 years?
5 years.
5 years. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Okay, so I'll go to members of council for questions and then you can see now how the policy that we adopted earlier and now the impact of it and how it's playing out. Okay, Councillor Pearson.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for the report and through the chair. So when we, there's a few slides back and it showed us second to Terrace, right?
Yes.
We're up on that scale. So when did that, my question, yeah, there it was, yeah, there. So was this prior to Drennan, Charters and Church Road coming on? Or is this as a result of that?
Through the merit, this is as a result of that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it spiked as a result of those.
Yes.
So and you may not have that question. Where were we prior to that? Like were we?
Prior to that, we're about 1.66, so would be
Sort of in the middle there?
no, number 3, really just, yeah.
Just above Saanich? Oh, okay, yeah, okay, got it. So sort of on that.
The majority of the municipalities, like I mentioned, 14 of them are under 1.5%.
Okay.
We were at 1.66. However, 1.66% includes the Knox building.
Okay.
Yeah, but excluding Drennan and Charters.
So that Drennan and Charters made it spike.
Yes.
So, okay, without the Knox in there, what did you think it would? And then just a ballpark, where did you think that would?
1.3.
Okay, so then we would have been significantly lower.
1.4.
Okay, so my next question through the chair to you is that if we look at the different options, because the BMR is the question.
Yes.
It's basically, we're coming down to that BMR question.
Yeah.
What's to stop the assessment, provincial assessment, from not doing what they did do we have assurances that they won't do that? Like what at the Hope Center or the Hummingbird Place? Because they put the value at $2.
Right.
Right? So what happens if Charters in Drennan and Knox Center are assessed at $2?
That's exactly right. If these properties meet the province's requirements, they will have a very low assessed value, have a very big reduction.
Right.
So the question is, are they meeting all the requirements?
Yeah, that's not for us to ask.
That's exactly probably not. So if you don't meet all the requirements, all the eligibility test, how do we know that you are true affordable housing?
Yeah.
According to the provincial legislation or standard, like
Yeah.
how are we able to judge that at the municipal level?
Right. Yeah, we have to, we just sort of have a guess at it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The other part of this is that the transferred revenue to the taxpayers in the chart that you've shown, that transferred revenue we gave a full 100% exemption for Drennan and Charters last year.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So we never really actually realized that revenue. So when we transfer the 286 to the individual property owners across the district, that would be a reduction of 286.
That's just increase the tax bill from the non-exempt property owners. So what happens is because we exempt, for example, these two buildings.
Right.
And when the BC assessment roll came to us, the assessed value is a lot lower than before because they take those as assessment value out.
Gotcha.
So when we calculate the mill rate, the tax rate, that rate is higher than, what it should be.
Yeah, it's based on our capital needs or our expenditures. Is we put that up there and say, okay, we need, $100 million.
Yeah.
So the share then is the transferred amount. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, because the net taxable value is lower. So to levy the same amount of tax, the mill rate is higher.
The mill rate goes
Is higher. So everybody else will pay for their tax based on higher mill rate, and therefore everybody else is paying higher tax.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And the part that, okay, and I'll wait till the motion's made, but I think that helps me understand. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, through your chair, sorry. There's two things here is, you said most municipalities do not give exemptions to BMR.
Yes.
Correct, okay. Just wanted to come back to that just for a minute. Now, my understanding is that the Drennan ones, last time they came for an exemption, it was for like $240,000. And since then, the BC government had gone to BC assessment and had it reduced so the taxes would be 86,000 thereabouts.
No, I see 52,000.
52,000.
Yeah.
So they already at the provincial level dropped it from 200. I just get
216,000 when we advertised.
Okay.
216,000. Now it's about 52
down. So they've already, would have got a great thing.
Yes.
Yeah. So that helps me make up my mind quite a bit, actually. But the Hummingbird Center or the old Hope Center, you said that they're assessed at $2, but do we not get a grant from the provincial government to offset that?
No. No.
We don't get anything for that?
No, they just don't pay tax. They don't pay tax and they don't need exemption.
Wow.
So probably at the provincial level, they distribute that tax across the province.
Okay.
Yes.
I always thought that we got something in lieu of not.
You're thinking of like a payment in lieu of taxes?
Yeah, like
No.
the federal government gives you because you have an air base or something on your tax.
No, that's a
We get
different.
nothing from the provincial. Well,
Nothing. That's a different
there's
program.
another line of avenue for us to pursue. Okay, that's answered my question. Thank you for that.
Councillor St. Pierre, then McMath?
So through your worship, I have a few clarifying questions. One of them is, so based on the 70%, it's interesting, we had a speaker earlier that talked about indexing property rates, because it sounds like the province is indexing property rates.
Yeah.
They're actually deciding for us, which is where it would normally happen. So this is actually an example of indexed property rates. There's a reduction of 70%. Having said that, I think there's also a situation here where I'm curious about what happens with some of the different options, because it gets a little bit complicated, I have to admit. And I'm curious about the transition homes and the new categories. How are they impacted if we maintain? It sounds like they're picking up some of the burden when income producing, even if it's below market income producing properties get an exemption. Is that what's happening or not?
I'm not sure if I.
Under some of the options it looked like, but I'm not sure. That's why I'm saying it's a little bit complicated for me.
Okay.
Is it the case that the new categories, things like transition homes and supported living, are getting less of an exemption?
Through the mayor, if council grant exemption, like The assisted living, if you grant 100%, assisted living just don't pay tax at all. If you grant 85%, they just pay 15%. But the difference between transaction housing compared to BMR is that BMR has long-term rental income, monthly rental income, and transition house, they don't. They provide basically free housing to women or children that suffer from violence at their home. That's the difference.
Absolutely. And what I was curious, if I may, to follow up, do some of these options basically provide an exemption to the BMH at the expense of the supported living and transition homes? Because I would prefer not to use one of those options. So I'm trying to figure out which one of those looks like that, because one of them did, but I'm not clear.
Can we have the slide with the options on the screen? Can you use your microphone?
Are you asking if we keep BMR in there, that theoretically they would be paying a higher 15%?
That's what it looked like, but I'm not clear.
Okay, I was trying to figure out what you were looking
Yes, that is exactly what I'm
Yes,
asking.
but isn't it the case where when a property qualifies for supportive housing, the province automatically just assesses them at $2?
Through the mayor, that's
So it's $2, so then they would pay 15% of $2.
through the mayor, that's a excellent question. Again, this one property applied this year in the name of Sooke Transition Society. They don't get that $2 assessment, which means they are not meeting all the requirements from the province. But Hope Center is.
Right, so the Hope Center to date pays, let's say, the $2, whereas the Transition Society has just been paying full property taxes on whatever that property has been assessed at.
Right.
They're assessed and they get a property tax notice as it was, but it is a transition house. That's why they're applying. That's why they're applying.
Yeah, I would call it a transition house in a different stream. It's a different stream than Hope Center.
Okay, further follow-up, and then I'll go to Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. I was also wondering whether or not it was possible to phase the increases, because obviously we're looking at, I mean, 51,000 may not seem like a lot compared to 200,000, but it's still $51,000. Do we have options, because I didn't see one, for actually phasing the increases over a period of time, either yearly or in some other way? Because the tenancy branch doesn't allow you to increase the rent very quickly. I don't know how they're going to balance books. So even if they wanted to raise the rent to actually pay for the increases, can they actually do it within the framework that they're dealing with? We don't actually want to completely hose them.
I think the challenge there, and my earlier question was that this is for 5 years. So then council could have it every year, but that means every year you're dealing with this, and then they would need to apply every year. So in order to phase it in. Councillor McMahon?
Now I'm on a different stream. Can we go back to the comparison slide, please?
Which ones? Sorry.
With Oak Bay.
Oh, okay.
The one with the municipalities?
Yes, please.
That one.
How did you select these municipalities for comparisons?
I select all the municipalities on the island, and plus a few at the similar size of Sooke's. And whoever that last December, when council were discussing this topic, a few municipalities got mentioned by council. And yeah, and whoever have looked into the permissive tax exemption issue. Like whoever, the municipalities I know for a fact, Victoria, Nanaimo, and Terrace, they have spent time looking into the PTE issue, and those municipalities all said no.
Because I was just curious, like I don't see, unless I'm missing it, Central Saanich, but White Rock is in there.
White Rock is a big city that they have mentioned some affordable housing issue in their policy, but it's for workers housing. Just because I look into that part. Central Saanich probably didn't publish their data properly on their website or something. Okay. I did try to look at everybody on the island.
Yeah, just curious. And then For comparison's sake, with Sooke's BMRs versus Oak Bay's BMRs, what does that look like?
Oak Bay's BMR is super low. That's the lowest on my chart. It's the 0.2% or something. They're the lowest.
So does that,
Yeah.
they don't have any gas stations, I know that. So does that affect the ratio here in this comparison?
Because it's a ratio, like a big or small, really doesn't matter. So a municipality like us, if we exempt more with a smaller tax base, the ratio is going to be super high. A big a city like White Rock, you know, even they gave a little bit of exemption, but their tax base is so large, so the ratio is going to be low.
I'm just wondering, so if Oak Bay doesn't really have any to support, then their ratio would naturally be lower. So
Yeah.
it's just, in terms of comparison, it's like not quite. You know what I'm trying to say?
That's a very valid point,
Well, like, of
because they
course,
don't have
Oak
it.
Bay looks great, but they don't have any, so, and maybe they do, that I don't know, but I'm just trying to have, yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Just for clarity, Oak Bay does have PTE policy. They just don't give exemption to below affordable housing. They do give to churches and other places. Yeah, they don't give to affordable housing.
How many affordable housing properties do they have?
I only read the news. There's one senior center applied in 2020 and they denied it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, in the news. I don't have the stats, how many they have.
No,
They
that's
don't,
okay.
they
You've
don't
done a lot
publish
of
that.
really great work. Thank you.
Yeah.
Counselor Bateman.
Okay, so yeah, so this policy we approved in May had below market rental will not be eligible for exemption. So what we're doing tonight is putting that into a bylaw, correct?
Yes, we have the option to
Have the option to do so,
do so, to include
to follow the.
BMR or exclude.
Yeah, okay. So back to that, the 5 options slide. Yeah, so in option 2, we are eliminating all permissive tax exemptions to the BMR properties and not impacting anyone else's.
Yes.
That is
Yeah.
correct. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And they will receive 100% of their exemption. And in terms of actual impacts, so McCullough and Knox together added up to about 105,000. Right? Approximately.
Yeah.
In municipal taxes.
Yeah.
Not factoring in their other taxes.
Yeah. Basically, just roughly double the municipal tax is the total tax.
And to just reiterate, I did take some notes while Mr. Albers and McGuire were speaking. This is going to result in at the Knox Center about a 2.6 increase for residents in 2026, and that is permissible under the Rental Tenancy Act. New tenants in the building will undoubtedly face a higher increase and create that inequity within the building you spoke of.
I think the other challenge there is then they would need to find, there's still bills to be paid. So what will they need? It's the same as us when we talk about property taxes, is then what do you cut? What service do you no longer provide? And that's the ongoing challenge. And in the case of McCullough, what arrangements do they have that are compromised as a result of that? So in the end, there's still bills that need to be paid. So how will they make that up? When there is an increase, they will then have to look to cut something else.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so is there any other questions? I can see here in the recommendation, so this would be for 5 years. And then our staff are looking for us to put in an option number. Counselor Beddoes would like to make a motion, so let's start with that and we'll see where we go. In the microphone.
Turn it on, sure, thank you. Yeah, I would make a motion for option 2.
Okay, you need to read out the whole thing.
I don't have.
Okay, I'll read it.
Yeah.
That council give the District of Sooke permissive tax exemption bylaw number 980, or is that a 6?
30.
Oh goodness, sorry, 930/2025. First, second, and third reading as outlined in option 2 as presented in the staff report. And could that table go back on the
Yeah,
screen
please.
now that the motion's read out? Thank you. So that's moved by Councillor Beddoes, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. So over to Councillor Beddoes, please.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it's a bit of a jolt, but I have to think that the below market rate, they still use our resources. We have bills to pay too, and last year we hit our taxpayers with a 15% increase, which was not very good for all of us, including the taxpayers. So they need police, they need fire department, all those things that we pay for that are very, very expensive. The option 2, the reason I chose option 2 is that if we go to option 3, then people like the community association fields, which are a great boon to us, would have to start paying some tax. And I think there's the value that they have on those fields and what they do. I think they should be tax-free. They do a lot of service for the community. So that's why I went for option 2. And again, I'm sympathetic to the Knox Center because they sort of had this for a while. But when I come to the Drennan, they had their tax thing knocked down from, like I say, yeah, I don't know, 250 to 86 or something like that, whatever it was. And I know that the resources that is being sent from our community to that location far exceeds the tax dollars brought in. So that's why I am pushing for option 2. I don't like reducing it for anybody, but I think the taxpayers of Sooke have been hit really hard in this last year or two. And, you know, there's going to be more options on them. So we all sort of have to pay our full share, and we need policemen. And as you know, I think 250,000 a year for a policeman, and a fireman's quite a bit too. We need these things. We're trying to go to 24/7 for police and fire to serve our citizens, and everybody needs to, that use those services, needs to pay. So that's why I'm going for option 2.
Okay, I'll go to the seconder, which is Councillor St. Pierre, and then McMath.
So Councillor Beddoes has already covered a lot of the basics, which is essentially that we have to pay for services regardless. And everyone that moves in our community requires services. That's what it is. I think that my other concern is that one of the ways that we can actually have affordable housing is by protecting our affordable housing. And if we actually shift the tax burden in this particular way, we don't have an index system, which means that it basically gets transferred to, seniors on limited income that are in homes, and they're looking at their property taxes go up, and then they come to us and say, what are you doing? Their housing used to be affordable, now it's not. Until we actually have something like this indexing, it's not necessarily good for us to basically shift this around in this particular way, because it basically shifts it unequally and actually makes housing less affordable elsewhere. We can't actually provide PTE for all affordable housing because we need a huge amount of it. Right now, young people, most people can't actually afford a place at the market rates. We need an immense amount of below market housing. If local governments were to start actually providing PTs for all affordable housing, we just wouldn't be able to pay for roads, water, or anything else. That's all there is to it. Our entire financial structure would break down. I think it's too bad that we can't actually phase it in, because I do think it's a burden in the way it is, but I don't think it sounds like it's not particularly workable to do it that way. And that's why I'm supporting option 2.
Okay, Councillor McMath.
Just following up on that train of thought, is it not feasible to have a phased-in approach so that we could help them come on board for some of that other funding that they're not currently able to because they don't meet all the requirements? And then I think it was McCullough was mentioning they're inhibited by the percentage that they can increase their rental property by. So is there not a program in which we could do that?
Through the mayor, I would think maybe just approve the bylaw for 1 year, then next year we change the ratio or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just in terms, there was some mention by Councillor Beddoes about the costs of emergency resources going to those two properties. And I would argue the other direction where if you cut those services, you're actually going to see an increase in those types of response. So I don't think I'm totally of the same mind on that. The secondary thing is I don't know that the taxpayer is going to see, like if we go with option 2, do you think they're going to see a 3% tax decrease on our budget projections? Is that what you guys are anticipating? So at this point, I'm not in favor. I'll just leave it at that for now.
Councillor Pearson and then Bateman.
Just on the motion, through the chair to you, can I have I'm not sure that I understand option 2. So could I, through the chair, ask the Director of Finance to kind of flesh that out for me? Because Councillor Beddoes said something about the community association, which I'm not sure that I understand that relationship in option 2.
Thank you for the question through the mayor. Option 2 means the BMRs, they do not get permissive tax exemption, and everybody else gets their full amount. Like most of them get 100% what they ask for.
So, thank you. So then I would ask, and there's a motion on the floor, so I'll wait. My comment is I think that we also, to Councillor McManus, I think we ought to give the BMR an opportunity to see if they can meet the criteria to reduce, because that's, and I hate to say the word, the game that they're going to have to play is they're going to have to go back to the province and meet the requirements of the BMR. And that's what they're, we should be encouraging them to do that if they're eligible.
But they're not supportive housing. Like Air Manor, for example, has long-term care, full around support. This is independent living.
They're getting rent.
So there's no, and the tenants there are paying something. They just don't require external support, or if they do, it may be on an individual basis. It's not like a Air Manor or a long-term care that has full-on staffing for folks who cannot live independently. It's completely different. So to suggest that would mean that a complete overhaul of what both of those entities do.
Yeah.
And, right now we're trying to get Air Manor to expand, not to displace tenants to put another long-term care facility elsewhere.
Right. And thank you, Chair, for that. It's because there's people who are living in these affordable housing, BMR housing. I use the BMR, thank you. That are on the edge.
Yes.
Like it's like, and so we're increasing rent by, I don't know, $100 a unit. That's a lot to some families.
Well, and as we heard, there is the Residential Tenancy Act, because these are individual rents, which means that the rent then would always be increasing. And then in some cases where new tenants are, the concern they have is that they won't be able to offer below market rent. They'll be charging different, but you essentially have the same unit. One just seemingly has rent control, was first fortunate to get in at a certain time. Anyone coming in is now paying. In the case of McCullough, they shared it would compromise what the intention of that build was. So they couldn't just say, okay, now this unit's available, you're going to pay double what your neighbor pays, because of the agreements that were signed off to allow for the capital funding. And then potentially that would compromise the agreements that McCullough has with other entities. Can you turn off your microphone,
Close.
Counselor St. Pierre? Okay, just there's too much feedback if all the mics are on. Does that answer your question?
Makes it more complex.
It does, yes. Counselor Bateman.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in favor of option two. I like that it's a 1-year situation and we can
Oh,
consider
this is 5 years, Counselor Bateman.
5-year. Okay. 5-year. My comments are that McCullough and Knox Vision do contribute a great deal to this community in terms of affordable housing. The Hope Center, interestingly, BC Housing provides operational funding of $1.1 million annually to deal with our most vulnerable citizens. I agree with Councillor Beddoes that we should not be pulling back from our nonprofit community groups. And hence option two does that work. I think it's important to note that, you know, when I initially started thinking about this, it's not wise for a community to send a message out to the nonprofit housing suppliers who we would like to come to Sooke, that they will not be getting permissive tax exemptions. However, there are ways in which local governments, we can waive or lower development fees and charges for non-market housing, new builds, of course. We have our Sooke Town Center revitalization bylaw that provides tax relief for the first 3 years, I should say. And I don't think that this is sending what this is doing, as you said earlier, Mayor Tate, is that we are crunched very dramatically here at the municipal level. And hence the FCM and UBCM campaigns for fiscal reform. And we cannot keep pushing through 15% tax increases. Pretty simple. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. So one question I have, so where does the Transition Society fit into this? Would they then receive their tax exemption?
To answer your question, Mayor, yeah, it depends which option you choose. If we choose option two, the Transition Society will get 100% exemption.
Okay, so they're new, but they fall into the category with the community association and the other like churches and the like. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. So I am not in support of option two. I appreciate the policy that we had adopted. I also recognize that we do have a property tax impact on our residents. However, we also need below market housing. And we may have folks living there that are living independently, which is wonderful, but they need safe, affordable housing. Market rent is not affordable. We have that available throughout the community. So both of these organizations has shared they cannot have a surplus that they carry forward. They would have to look at finding funds elsewhere. Both of them deliver programs that benefit our community. We've been pleading for below market housing, so we have that. The municipality did not have to do that. In the case of Knox Vision, it was land, I recall at the time, they had land that they were not using, that they wanted to put to use for the community, which they have done. They fundraised, they found grants, and they pulled that building out of the ground. In the case of McCullough and the other two properties, largely the province came in and acquired these and through those arrangements found McCullough to operate those housing where people have safe housing that they can lock the door in. So the concern I have is then they will look to have to cut something else. Maintenance may need to be cut, staffing may need to be cut, wages of their staff may be cut. I'm not sure. I don't know the particulars of how they operate, but they're going to have to find the revenue somewhere else. So what are they not doing? In another report here, we're looking for beautification. Maybe they cannot keep, I don't know, you don't water the plants anymore. It's just something is going to have to happen, which will change and impact those buildings. For those that live there, it means all they look forward to is higher rent every year. Obviously, with whatever the Residential Tenancy Act, with the prevailing government will make that decision, but some may not be able to earn any more than they're earning. And when we talk about folks wanting to get into, to move through the housing spectrum, how will then those tenants be able to save, to buy, to move into something else, to free up their unit? They will be stuck there. We have an abundance of market rental coming online now. We have no below market rental coming online. And folks here really don't have a choice. When you see, you know, it's fine, you know, what Victoria and others are doing, similar as Councillor McMath pointed out, like, is there even any attainable below market housing in these communities? I'm not sure, but there is nothing going further west. There is nothing past us. This is it. This is the last stop. So I appreciate that there is an impact on everyone else, but, you know, arguably, when there's a big festival and beer gardens are open, there's obviously a demand on our policing for those events. If I'm not mistaken, check stops and impaired, but we don't then use that as an argument to say, okay, you need to pay more, pay taxes because there's a drain there. There's a growing impact for police services. So the over prevailing argument for me is we do need some form of fiscal reform in how local governments receive funding. You just don't see us going after the below market rental housing providers to fill that gap. This is a small portion of the 12 million tax bill. And I'm sorry. I know that we adopted a policy. I'm not going with that policy that we adopted earlier this year. But I just know that folks are hurting, and it's not just homeowners, it's rental as well. And we need to do our part here. I don't, you know, and there's another advocacy piece there, but it's because life is just challenging, and I'm not prepared to make it more difficult for people that are doing their best, nor the housing providers that are doing their best with what they have. I'll leave it at that. I'm not in support of option 2. Second time speakers, Councillor St. Pierre.
Well, I don't know where we're going to fall, but I think there's a few things that we need to look at carefully. Unless we get some of the fiscal reform that our mayor was describing, we don't have any sources of revenue to actually pay for services. We have places like Francis Gardens and who knows what other affordable housing units coming online. We're going to have more and more, which means we have more and more of an imbalance in our tax base falling on the people who have to pay the taxes. And it's actually not equitable and it's not sustainable. We cannot actually do that. This is actually a provincial responsibility to help us either fix fiscal tools or these buildings. They're already doing some of that work by basically indexing, but realistically, the cost is still falling on us. They've reduced the assessment, but the cost still falls on us. We need more help and we need those financial tools. But in the meanwhile, I don't think we can afford to bankrupt ourselves because that's what's going to happen under this type of situation. We're going to place more and more burden on fewer and fewer people. I don't think we really can afford to become a tax haven for, and not that I don't think affordable housing is wonderful. It's just that we still need to pay for all the services. We just have to. We can't do it this way. This is not actually sustainable. I would love to be able to provide some sort of temporary relief while letting people know, yes, we're going to have to actually get it up to where where it's affordable. But maintaining this in the long term, every other local government has stopped doing this because it's unaffordable and can't be done long term. this is not something we should do.
Okay, Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, I just want to emphasize that I understand that it could be a hardship for some people in these buildings, but there's also a hardship to the greater community, of which we said that we would serve as well. So, like I say, last year, 15%. I think we have to start tightening our belt, and we have to have, I mean, everybody can go to a beer garden, whether you're from the Drennan Center or for anywhere else. But we all have to pay for those police and fire. We all use those resources. So I think it behooves everybody to chip in there. And I think option 2 is the only option for me. But unfortunately, I do not buy the mayor's argument. I think we need to tighten our belt a little bit. I think we have to show some restraint for the for all the community. I think that I heard, even though we didn't hear too much complaining about the 15%, I sure heard a lot about it after. And I wasn't very proud about that 15%, but I understood the reason for it. But I think all other communities don't allow this. And why are we the heart community that does? I'm sorry that the other communities saw this flaw too. And I go with Councillor St. Pierre, is it's unsustainable. We get more and more of this, it's going to be worse. So no, option 2.
Okay, thank you. Other Councillor McMath, yes.
I'd also like to point out though that those communities still had significant tax increases, so it doesn't, I understand what you're saying. But I agree that it is not sustainable to increase with this. However, I still think that a phase-in approach is the way to go. So that's why I'm not in support of option 2.
Okay, so a possible is there's always an amendment. Staff have put forward a 5-year bylaw, so there is also another option there too. I just wanted to provide that to council. So
I mean, I'm happy to do it either way. What I would do is option 5 with a review of what a phase-in approach looks like, which is not a friendly amendment.
no, that's a different option. So, okay, anything else on what is in front of us is option 2. Is there any other comments? And I appreciate what council members have said. Everyone paying in or contributing something, because we all have services that we use and we all need to pay something. I'm just motivated by what I heard earlier tonight from those providers, and spent some time reflecting on the work that they've done in terms of reaching out to the province, and I hear that as well, because that's always on my mind, but we didn't have to build these buildings. The province did it, or the not-for-profits pulled these buildings out of the ground. There was no district contribution into putting those buildings there. So in some ways, it's okay. The federal and provincial governments did the capital piece. Local governments on the hook for the property tax, part of the ongoing operating piece going forward. But that's not ever really been said. It's just what I've assuming by how we're here today. Okay, anything further on the motion that's on the floor with option 2? So I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed is Councillor Pearson, McMath, and Tate. So that's tied, which means it's defeated. So we're sitting back at, the starting point here. So I'll look to a member of council. Is there a different motion that you would like to put forward? I would be tempted to put in option 5, but that'll likely put us into the same split either way, a different way. I'm just going to go to our CAO, please.
Sorry to interrupt, if I may. I just want to clarify a point that Ms. Lou was speaking to, and then I just was speaking to Ms. Owen. We can amend the wording in the bylaw to what Councillor McMath is saying. Like if it says do first and second, third reading, we have some suggested wording that says, and further exempt the 3 properties, like we can get the more specific wording to a phased out approach of 100% exemption in 2026, which would then be option 5 in theory for our 2026. The easiest simple math is 75% for 2027, 50%, 25%. By 2030, it would be 0%. So we do have some wording potentially if that's an option. However, I just want to throw that out there before we went down many rabbit holes.
Okay, so staff have now put that on the screen here.
Nice if you had that option for it.
Apologies, I didn't want to stifle the conversation. There was a motion on the floor.
And also, I would just like,
Just,
oh, sorry.
can you, okay, go
If we
ahead.
could just recess for one moment, just because I would like our Director of Finance to have a look at this to make sure that we captured everything correctly.
Okay,
If
yeah,
this
let's
is
just take
similar,
a short recess so
If
we
we
can
just could
review
take
this.
maybe a minute just to ensure that it is captured.
Go ahead. Okay, if I can draw everyone back to the meeting, please. Thank you. So our staff have put forward a different option here, and that is that council give the District of Sooke permissive tax exemption bylaw number 930/2025 first, second, and third reading as outlined in option 5 of the staff report, with the exception that the permissive tax exemptions for below market rental housing will be phased out over 5 years as follows. 100% in 2026, 75% in 2027, 50% in 2028, 25% in 2029, and 0% in 2030. Is there a mover? Councillor McMath is moving that, and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. So over to the mover for comment, please.
I think we've said it all.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
I agree.
Okay. Anything, okay, Councillor Bateman, then Pearson.
Yeah, I'd like to take off my black hat now because I wasn't feeling very good about that last motion. However, this is a fair phased approach. It's very similar to how we do the at that downtown town center revitalization bylaw, whereby you just reduce. So thank you.
Councillor Pearson.
Yeah, this is more palatable. I think it's important for us to note, it's tough. This is a tough decision. It can't be ignored that the province invested $175 million in our community for those 2 housing projects, Drennan and Charters. And Knox funded it themselves through the way they did it. This has provided a service for us in our community for the most vulnerable, not the very most vulnerable, but vulnerable people. And I'm appreciative of what the province has given us here. We're voting on a tax exemption policy for 5 years tonight. I would have preferred that, that 100% next year with a discussion every year. I will support this motion, but I keep in mind that every year that we voted on something that's going to increase the costs by 25% in the form of taxes. There's people who are living in that housing that I know need that housing and are extremely thankful that they've got it, and they're extremely thankful not only to the province but to us as a community. And I know those people personally, and it has provided a benefit. So it's a difficult decision, and hats off to Macola and to Knox for providing that service in our community. So I'll be supporting this motion, but maybe we can vote on it again next year.
Well, this will lock it away for 5 years.
That's part I don't like of this motion.
Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I like this compromise. I think it's very fair, and it does achieve what I wanted to do. I hear about people in these places that they're wanting, but there's people in our community that wanted to. There's people living in that can barely pay their taxes and barely get groceries on the table, and there's a lot of them, and a lot of them are seniors. So I think this gives these groups a chance to phase it in over time, and it does the thing. 5 years goes by pretty quick, so I will support the motion.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I wanted to address Councillor Pearson's thoughts because I do agree. And at the same time, I'm concerned about organizations like, Francis Garden. And if we set a precedent here and we can't maintain that precedent, which I don't think we can long-term, there's almost nothing worse than actually providing and then yanking away, which is what's happening here. We're in a situation where we provided it and now we're trying to take it away, and clawing it back is hard and it hurts. And if we set a precedent where we have to do this again and again, I don't think anyone's really going to thank us. So I think that this is the best of both worlds. We can phase it. People have a chance to adapt. But I just think that until the province actually steps forward with new tools for us to actually pay for all the things that people need, we cannot afford to actually give up property taxes because it's our only tool.
Okay, thank you, council, for your comments, and for staff for hearing that and coming up with an alternative here. I'm still not going to support it. I like option 5. 5 years goes by really fast. This doesn't allow any feedback. I appreciate the time sensitivity for the public to weigh in on the impact on how this is. So I'm just going to go back to my earlier comments that I'm not going to repeat. But I just feel that there's really hard times coming. The federal and provincial government have already indicated that they're cutting back everywhere, that people are striking right now. It's not going to get easier in the next 5 years. Life's going to be remarkably challenging, and these operators are doing their utmost. And every property that comes on, should we even have anyone come on with below market housing, because we hear even from a pro forma part of pulling a building out of the ground in today's standard is very difficult to do. So preserving the below market rent is incredibly important. And I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate what you're saying. I just look ahead and just see challenging times for people in our community, and we'll continue our advocacy and find other ways. I just cannot put it on below market rent. So I won't say any more, but that's where I'm standing. I'm not in favor of this. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor and opposed are Councillor Pearson and myself. That carries on a 4-2. So let's have Councillor Haldane return to the meeting, and then we'll move into 11.2. Okay, I'll turn to staff to introduce 11.2, please.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council and members of the public, staff have prepared bylaw number 928, which is an amendment to the fees and charges bylaw number 752 for council's consideration. Some charges are added to reflect the actual costs of providing these services. Others are adjusted to align with the fees and terms issued by the CRD or other jurisdictions. Some highlights include the parking fees at potholes are updated to be consistent with the CRD's rates. The park's use permit fees are added to offset the cost of providing these services. Commercial use of municipality property fees are adjusted to factor in staff's time involved and other municipalities' ongoing rates. Memorial plaque replacement fees has an increase. Other highlights related to the building permit fees include the Marshall and Swift database is used to appraise the value of construction and replaces the outdated and fixed construction costs. Many municipalities are using this industry database. Examples from the City of Campbell River, City of Surrey, District of Sechelt, District of Saanich, and City of Port Alberni are provided. The 2 tables that contain outdated fixed construction value rates are deleted. When the fire department is involved in the building permit issuance or is required to perform a review, we need to have a cost recovery for their time. Staff propose building permit holder pay a fee amount equal to 0.1% of the value of the work associated with that building permit, with a minimum of $100. Such a fee is required only for commercial, multifamily, and mixed-use properties. In addition, inter-community business license fee and cash in lieu at cost per meter are added to the bylaw. We have been charging these fees, and the amendments make it transparent so that public can easily understand the fee structure. Given Bill 44 and the most rezoning no longer requires a public hearing. We are amending the refund clause to align with current practice. The updated fees will help in offsetting the additional costs of providing the services and reduce tax burdens and set district for future success. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your work on this and for finding all of the various areas here. Questions to our staff on this? I'll note, okay, I'll go to Councillor Haldane and then I'm going to comment on something.
Okay, well, it's my understanding that the building department's costs are related to the building department only, and that all the other services that we provide as a district of Sooke are paid for by taxpayers. So why would the fire department require money to offset any of their costs? They're already paid for, and that burden is on the taxpayer at this point. The building department itself, according to the province, is supposed to be covered by whatever it costs the building inspectors and the building department alone to service that need by charging fees for building permits. So I'm just interested in where these other costs are incurred. That these are provided anyways. We have firemen regardless whether we have a building department. So
Firefighters.
Through the chair to Councillor Haldane, I understand your point and I see the optics. Where we're transitioning to is we're spending a considerable amount of our time through this development process. Whether it's through the process review, plans review, building permits, going through site testing, occupancy, all these pieces that we're finding that are just more than what a fire department generally would be in terms of your view on funding. So for the services that we're looking at specific to this is where you see the fire department is required to be involved in all these processes.
So through the mayor, why is the fire department required to be part of these processes?
So what we've found, or what my experience is, if we're not involved in these processes, then eventually what happens is through occupancy, we end up going through and doing these inspections and finding a whole bunch of things that we could have caught earlier on in a process and saved a lot of money for the project.
Yeah, so the fire department, again, according to, these are provincial rules, that it says the building department should be funded by building permits. And that's the building department only. We're not allowed to go back and ask planning, engineering, fire departments and stuff to cover their costs for that same department. So I don't know, I mean, if somebody on staff or in the management end can explain to me how we got there, I mean, I'm all ears.
Through the chair. From my experience in every municipality I've worked, the cooperation between the fire department and building department is essential on these larger projects. This is not related to single family dwellings or run-of-the-mill renovations. And these infrastructures add more than just the requirement of the building, the future requirements of maintaining these projects falls on the fire department after the building department's over. So we do need to work together on these. And yeah, it's an industry standard that I've experienced.
Okay. Other members of council? Councillor McMath?
Just to follow up on Councillor Haldane's question, so theoretically, it's about it'd be $100 minimum for them to do an inspection. Anybody?
Well, this isn't directly an inspection fee. This is a process fee for development review and into our, when we actually get occupancy and we actually own the building ourselves as an inspectable property for the lifespan of the building, then that fee would be part of that piece as well.
So when you go in, it's sort of as like a preventative measure, it's theoretically to save the person building money by catching these things in advance, but then you go in and you do a secondary inspection. And that is also part of this fee structure?
Maybe I'm confusing this a little bit. With the reviews of the projects where we go through and we sit through pre-planning, we look at the design, we go through the actual build, it gets to the building permit stage where we now look at the plan reviews, we look at all the life safety systems, everything within the actual design. Those are all pieces where we can provide our input to say, this needs to be changed before you go too far down the road to save the costs of having to change it later. Once we go through and we actually give occupancy, then for the lifespan of that building, our inspections that we actually go through for the businesses, we don't charge anything for. We charge for re-inspections to ensure compliance, but we don't charge for that a fee for the inspection itself for the business.
For the first part, and then following inspections incur costs.
So if we have to go back for a re-inspection,
Yeah, what would
General-
trigger a re-inspection?
a code violation.
Okay.
Where we go in an inspection and there's a code violation and we give them 30 days to amend it and fix it.
Mhm.
If they are not compliant and refuse to fix it, then our option is to come back with either a fee charge to come back, and we can also fine them if we want.
And then say you have a set of plans and a fire chief, like you look at them or whoever goes through it and you have these recommendations. If they had a different department come in and look at those, could they give, like, what's the standard? Or what is it that you're looking for that might change from municipality to municipality?
Are we specific to the fire code?
Yeah,
Or
I'm
within
just
these?
curious, and I'm hoping you can educate me. So if there is already a standard for fire safety that has to be incorporated into buildings and plans, then what is the function of having someone from the department come in and be a part of that process if there's already a standard? What is it that you're looking for in that time?
So what we find is the fire code is quite prescriptive and pretty detailed. And sometimes it's like development is trying to match the intent of the fire code, but it's like putting a square peg in a round hole, and it doesn't work. So we go through a process called alternate solutions where we sit down and with the designers or the architects or the developer, we look at what are our opportunities to shave off the corners of that square peg to make it fit the intent of the fire code, yet it's a different solution than what is actually prescribed. So by doing those pieces, we move the project along. But if we were just to be strict for the fire code, then a lot of these things would be, you wouldn't be able to make these alterations. So in terms of the re-inspections and inspections, I don't think they're the same. Maybe we're talking a different.
No, I got this
piece.
now, that I understand. It's more back to what you were saying earlier, that if there is a code, that it's quite strict. So you are participating to have workarounds for clients that come through. That's basically the function.
Yeah, it's called alternate solutions.
And if someone doesn't need that,
Then whatever it was, their project was meeting the actual intent of the fire code, and they just moved through the process.
so then you would not be participating.
No, we're still participating. It might not just be for that piece. It's through the actual development design, it's turning radiuses, it's fire safety systems, it's all the pieces that are involved. They may not all need alternate solutions, but we still go through the pieces with it. So the time is spent there. It may not evolve into a savings to them. It's just the process.
Okay. But theoretically, if someone has a property and they have all the plans and they don't need the fire department's participation at all because they've checked every single one of those requirements, then there's no benefit.
But
Theoretics.
the plan still comes through, whether it goes onto my desk or through our fire inspector's desk, we still review it.
Eventually you'll do the inspection.
Yeah.
Right, but prior,
Yeah, we still
Being
have
the
to go
devil's advocate
through,
here.
alongside with the building department, we'll go through all the testing, the life safety testing, the alarm systems, the elevator recalls, everything else could work perfectly, but it's still a matter of, we still have to spend the time to do it.
I'll stop for now.
Okay, Counselor Beddoes and Bateman?
I guess my question is, who's the resident expert on the fire code? Building department or the fire department?
It's the fire department.
Counselor Bateman?
Okay,
Ken
so
Pearson?
moving on to other aspects of this rather complicated amendment, clearly designed to seek new revenue streams, as we were doing with the permissive tax exemptions. And so that's good. To 2025, we need to collect what we need here. Now, the memorial plaque replacement, I see it's going from 350 to 750. 750 seems to me that leapt out at me as a particularly high cost to replace a plaque. And so I was curious about that one. So does that align with the cost it takes the district to send an employee out through you to our Director of Finance or Ms. Taylor?
Certainly through the mayor, to Councillor Bateman, that item is the value of the replacement cost and nominal staff time to do the work to place it.
So, okay, so to engrave a plaque is effectively the 750. Okay. Now the parks use permit fees, 1.2 here, state 20 to 30 permits issued each year to nonprofit groups. What do you charge them currently?
Through the mayor, there's currently no charge for a special use permit.
Okay. And that will now be $40 per use. Yeah, okay. Looking to the parking fees at the potholes. Now it's interesting here because Sooke at the CRD level voted against parking fees in the upper level lots at the potholes. And I'm curious as to why we might be contradicting ourselves by implementing or continuing these parking fees in the lower potholes.
So I'll answer that as to why I voted the way I did at the CRD was because they're only implementing fees at the potholes and Thetis Lake. And the argument at the board was parks should be free. So we'll just but these two are used to paying. So we'll increase there and every other regional park would remain free. So my concern was that the revenue that's generated doesn't go just to Sooke potholes or Thetis Lake. The other parks benefit by not charging anything. And there was several discussions about this. So if it was the case of having more revenue for park maintenance, I agree with that, but then introduce it at all the other regional parks as well, and not just hit the two that are already paying, but the directors. Ultimately, I was outvoted, so we have just the increases at the Potholes Park and Thetis Lake, and the others still remain free to this day. Now, they're seasonal, so it's not all year round, but to me, that seemed inequitable. And then there was an argument that folks should not be driving, they should be walking. That's all nice, but it's not easy to walk with your family and your picnic to Sooke Potholes Park. Like, it's a long way from the park and ride. And Sooke River, like, even if you're on the Goose, it's a long way, gradually uphill the whole way. So that was my discussion there and that was the rationale, but ultimately the rates are what they are.
So thank you for that. The revenue, I think it's 21,000 a year from the potholes, lower level parking. Does that go into general revenue or is that into the parks budget? Through you to.
Through your worship to Councillor Bateman, the parking revenue is just in general revenue. It's not dedicated to
Okay,
a specific.
all right, fair game. And of course, those fees will go up in increments over the next 3 years, right? So, yeah, as per the CRD. This whole matter of the subdivision fees, number 4. And so that now we're going to charge frontage improvements on a per meter amount. That seems quite a radical change. Can I ask Mr. Carter to speak to that?
Yep, yeah, through your worship to Councillor, through your worship to Councillor Bateman. So in subdivision development standards bylaw 925 that was adopted, there are several exemptions completely for frontage improvements, which council has approved earlier when this bylaw came forward for consideration. In the cases where frontage improvements are required, there's 2 circumstances laid out in section 9.2 of the bylaw that basically determines that either of these following cases would be considered by the district's engineer to consider cash in lieu for frontage improvements if a frontage improvement project was in the district's 5-year financial plan, or the improvements were considered basically could be more practically or efficiently constructed at a later date due to scheduling, coordination, or economies of scale. If the project was planned and we would consider cash in lieu for that, basically what this does is it sets a standard price for where cash in lieu is accepted. It's not going to be common that cash in lieu is accepted. It will be more common for the frontage improvements to be built if they're required, which they are not required in a lot of building and development cases with the exemptions. But when it is applicable for a cash in lieu charge to be considered, what this does is it sets basically a very equivalent standard for everyone to be paying the same amount. And how we determine these prices from each of our cross sections that are laid out in here for the rural, arterial, and local streets is we took all the prices from all the work that we've done over the last 5 years. We brought everything with inflation to present day value. We've taken average rates of all the unit rates we've seen on tenders, and we've applied that to the cross sections up to the center line for the frontage that's applicable for each of those cross sections. There's also a huge economies of scale savings here if cash in lieu is accepted, because then developers, if they're being considered for cash in lieu, they would not have to pay consultant fees to have design drawings produced, as well as inspections and so on. And these rates are based on our construction values, not on small project construction values for individual frontages. So they're quite reasonable and quite fair rates.
Okay, thank you for that. I took in about, 40% of it, but nonetheless, it is providing the certainty to the developer community that they've been seeking, I think. Okay. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Pearson?
Thank you, Chair. I had a couple of questions. And through to the building department. The Local Government Act 462-4 directly authorizes local governments to create bylaws for application fees related to issuance of building permits. Cost recovery fees must not exceed the estimated average cost of processing, inspecting, and administering the application. And transparency. Local governments must provide a report on how a fee was determined upon request to ensure public transparency. That's from the Local Government Act. And I also had trouble with we have paid fire crew, and I think I've heard some of the explanation with that one in particular. And the other one that I had a question to a director of engineering is the section 4. Thank you, Councillor Bateman, for bringing it up. But so no longer will people be coming in for waiving of fees. This will just go straight ahead. I have only one question on this. These are substantial amounts of money, like Highway 14, $6,000 per meter. So if you have a 100-foot lot, that's, an additional $150,000 per lot. What about corner lots? Always presents me with that problem when, like you have somebody this is great. We're recovering cost fees and it's straightforward. I'm happy to see a number here. What about when you have a corner lot? Because we've had a couple of those in the last year. So do you charge it on the front road or on the side road or both?
Good question. You charge it on both. And if the costs seem to be too substantial, then variance processes are in place for a reason, and they would come and request probably a variance from council. Council decided that was appropriate, they may consider granting a variance. There's very limited cases where cash in lieu is actually going to be applicable. With how the bylaw is written, there are a ton of exemptions. There's no frontage improvements required for small construction of suites, for single family dwellings, for 1 to 3 lot subdivisions. So there's very rare cases where frontage improvements are even required. And if they're required, most likely they will be required to build them out. But if the project is something that's on the district's radar, and we know that the grades of that road are going to substantially change due to like sort of a future project coming up, we would consider cash in lieu. And this just provides a very fair, equitable, and equal framework. Variances are always in place for a reason. In the unique cases, they would come forward.
And thank you, Mr. Carter, for that. I appreciate the intent. And there's just this couple of those exemption things that, you know, like stratification of a unit where nothing else is getting built. We are not changing that base density on these properties. Is that somewhere, or are you going to rely on council for that every time? Because I actually think that that's one of those weird exemptions, myself personally.
Yeah, great question. Stratification. So those are 2 exemptions that basically council did pass variances for this year. And it's on the director of planning's radar to bring that forward, to council to no longer require frontage improvements for them.
Good answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just have a question about the Sooke potholes parking. I think, isn't the parking only in effect till September 30th? So, but we're looking to increase this year because this says 2025. That's when it's free, right? So it's in here, but are we doing it this year or should this not take effect in 2026? Just given where we're at in the season now. And folks may already have a season's pass, it doesn't matter, but
That's a good question. These numbers were drafted a few months ago, so wasn't sure the timing that it would come for decision. But you're right, it's the end of the 2025 season.
okay, so this, even though this schedule says this, they wouldn't actually go into effect until next year, 2026. Okay, all right, thank you for that. Okay, is there any other questions? Otherwise, the motion in front of us is that council give first, second, and third reading to the fees and charges amendment bylaw number 928-752-11, 2025. That's moved by Councillor Beddoes and seconded by Bateman. Would you like to speak to the motion? Councillor Bateman? Anything from anyone else? Councillor Haldane?
Yeah, I'm just curious as to where the cost per linear meter comes from for these suburban locals and collectors and rural roads and stuff.
Do we have an answer to that?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Haldane. I was trying to briefly describe that earlier. So what we've done is we've taken all the unit rates for every single project the district has constructed over the last 5 years at the tendered rate. So what price we are seeing for these improvements for either backfill, square meters of paving, concrete placement, curb placement. So whatever prices we're realizing on these projects, we have taken the average of all the competitive rates that we've received. We've compiled them and we've applied them to each of the elements of the cross section. So the rates you're seeing here is exactly what the district would pay to construct these projects, even at a larger scale. So there is even a little bit of a reduction to any of the builders that would be looking for cash in lieu and payment of cash in lieu in terms of what it would cost them to construct the works on a smaller scale project with the consultants.
Okay, so given that, would this be the same formula we used to come up with our $50 million for the cost of a road, say?
These unit rates are probably very close to the unit rates used in those estimates, because that's how we determine the estimates for that project without contingencies applied to them.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from anyone else? Anything on the motion? I'll call the question then. All those in favor, please. Anyone opposed? Councillor Haldane is opposed and that carries. And 11.3 is here for adoption. So that is zoning amendment, that is that council give final reading and adoption to zoning amendment bylaw number 920-600-109-2025. That's moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Thank you. We're on adoption here. All those in favor, please. And opposed? That carries unanimously. New business, we made an amendment to add notice of motion. I understand that Councillor Bateman has a motion to read into the agenda that will be debated at the next meeting. Go ahead and read it out.
Yeah, that the District of Sooke Planning Department notify council and members of the Land Use and Development Committee of upcoming public information meetings regarding future developments in Sooke.
Okay, so that'll come to the next regular scheduled agenda. We'll move on to item 13, which is correspondence. The first one, 13.1, Sun River Way Playground Zone and Speeding Drivers. That's pulled by Councillor Pearson. Go ahead, please.
Yes, and I think we had a little bit of a report from our CAO to say that their signboards is Sun River. My question to the CAO, is Sun River Playground going to be one of those lucky locations?
Yes, for sure. Through your worship, to Councillor Pearson, it's Otter Point, a bit further down Otter Point, Grant Road West, down that way where we got a lot of complaints from, and Sun River. So there's 3 on order. My understanding is they've been back ordered for quite a while, so we do apologize for the delay. It's supplier backlogs, but they are closer than ever before and will be permanent ones, not just temporary ones. So they'll be permanently installed. And then I know Councillor Bateman will like this, is there's data that we'll be able to get from these, and eventually it'll be publicly available on our website. So
follow up?
Yep. Would it be possible to send a quick note to the letter writer, former councillor Carrie Ray, just to give her an update on the...
For sure, absolutely. Absolutely. I think Ms. Mo just got some more recent information, so we'll follow up accordingly.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so then move receipt by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor McMath. Anything further from anyone? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. The next one, 13.2, act now to prevent further carnage on our roads, the BC Cycling Coalition by Councillor St. Pierre.
Okay, so this follows on a motion that I wanted to bring forward to UBCM, but it's being done honestly probably better by people with more expertise by the BC Cycling Coalition. And it basically looks at trying to protect our cyclists and pedestrians on our roads. So what it says, in recent weeks, 2 cyclists have died, so on and so forth. And we need your help to rally bicycle advocates and politicians around the province for measures that will save lives and prevent tragic injuries like these. Donation will improve driver education enforcement measures, safe passing distance laws, 1 meter space under 30 kilometers an hour and 1.5 kilometers. Blanket province-wide 30 kilometer an hour default speed limit in neighborhood streets no center line. Improved enforcement of laws to protect pedestrians and cyclists at intersections. And more funding for fully separated bike routes, I would assume, from the province. I wanted to bring this to people's attention because I think that this is actually the type of work that we need to do where people are dying and we have the means to actually do something about it. So I was wondering if we could support them.
So put forward your motion, please.
I think they're asking for donation and free membership. So I was thinking $100.
Okay, so motivate on your motion, and that would be that council directs staff to send a $100 donation to the BC Cycling Coalition from council contingency.
Yep, to support their work.
Okay, to support their work. That's moved by Councillor St. Pierre. Is there a seconder for that motion?
Yeah, second.
Seconded by Councillor Bateman. So to motivate Councillor St. Pierre.
I do feel really strongly, I think probably because one of my kids almost run over while trying to cycle, that we need better education and better safety for our cyclists. We want to actually reduce our emissions. We want theoretically to have bike lanes and help our kids travel safely. But honestly, most of our motorists are not used to having either EVs or these cyclists on the roads, and they need more information on how to share the roads and what that looks like. And quite frankly, when people get out of their cars and get onto a bike, they need information on how to actually cycle safely too. There's a lot of education needed so that roads can be shared safely and so that we can actually get around in the ways that we need to. It's much cheaper and safer to get on a bike, but it's only safer if you feel safe. This really points to doing stuff like that. Keep in mind that a lot of the stuff that's happened that they're asking for here is up to the province and up to them to figure out how to do right. Whether it be province-wide 30-kilometer default speeds. Right now, we have 50-kilometer default speeds on neighborhood streets where you should never be going 50. But that's what we have. It makes it harder for cyclists, pedestrians, dogs, children playing, and all the rest. This is all stuff that really could help safety and honestly better community living for all of us. So I think it's a worthwhile to support this organization in their work.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bateman is a seconder.
Yeah, so I did look up the Cycling Coalition online. They do great work. They've documented the fact that 118 communities in BC, Sooke included, have some kind of active transportation plan. They do the work, they advocate, as Councillor St. Pierre just said. So I think $100 is useful. And of course, I just have to say, in light of the permissive tax exemption decision tonight, I'm looking at all these small items. So yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky.
Okay, Councillor McMath.
I'm not going to be in favor. Just because, well, there's a couple of reasons. If we give to this group, there are thousands and thousands of other groups, so it's $100 now, but like nickel and dime to the end. And a lot of these pieces are really our responsibility as counselors to advocate for. So you have many opportunities through your position to do those pieces yourself without giving $100 to this group. And then, so that's within either changes within your OCP or however you want to approach it, and then your provincial and federal advocating pieces. And I think you're actually in a more powerful position than perhaps this group is. The education piece, that's something we could explore as well here, but $100 to this group that I don't know if it's going to, how that's going to impact this community in particular. To me, it's not, I can't, you haven't justified it for me.
Councillor Pearson.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor McMath. I agree. Without a plan to say that they're going to make a presentation to council or something local, it's difficult for me to, it's a Vancouver postal box. We support, we support a lot of things in our own community. I think we demonstrate a lot of good things in our community with active transportation plans. We've got some really strong communication around, Little River Crossing, et cetera, et cetera. And, I don't, every organization is asking for money. And I hope that we don't have to run out of money when we have a hockey team or a baseball team that is going to travel somewhere, because I think our money's more wisely spent there. Anyway.
Anything from anyone else? Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? That would be everyone else. That's defeated. We are doing a lot in our active trail network. Safe routes to school. Okay, I'll move on to the next one. 13.3, business application on Church Road. And this has been pulled by Councillor St. Pierre.
Okay, whoop. Right, okay. This came to my attention because of a conversation with our Director of Planning, Mr. Marshall, at the same time during our festivities at Woodside Farm. And it's basically around maybe sending our bylaws around our business licensing to the CDC or to have another look at it. At this point in time, what we have here is a situation where our business license process is trying to do, I think, two different things. It's actively trying to bring people into compliance, and it's being used as a tool to essentially bring property owners into compliance. And theoretically, it's also being as a tool to encourage business by gathering data and figuring out what our business community is about. I would suggest that it cannot do both well. And
Okay, so what is your motion?
my motion is to send our business license bylaw to CDC to see whether or not it's actually serving the business community and how it could.
And that is the community economic.
Yeah.
Okay, so repeat that again, to refer our business license
Bylaw, CDC.
to the Community Economic Development Committee for
review.
I'll second.
So that's moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Pearson. Now you can motivate.
Really,
You said, yeah.
I think the main thing is that I think it's actually detrimental to businesses actually starting up if they feel there's too many impediments in the way. As such, it's not actually serving the business community and our ECDev aspirations. I'd like it looked at.
Okay, Councillor Pearson, anything?
Yes, this issue comes up over and over and over and over again, is that our business license process triggers something else in our organization. And I do not believe that's the intent of the business license. There's times when the business license should trigger something, but there's a lot of times when it doesn't need to. And I support it going to the Economic Development Committee as well as the Chamber of Commerce and other people to comment on how onerous our process is.
Okay, well, they're on the committee, so they'll be there. So it can remain there. Anything from anyone else? Councillor Bateman?
So yes, as chair of that committee, I'd be welcome this. I think it would be good to have a brief staff report to come with the actual.
Okay, you'll need to make an amendment because
Okay, I'd
we're
like to
just
see the
sending,
motion first.
right now, it's just sending the business license application to the committee.
Well, I guess we can request that staff report at the committee. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, anything from anyone else? Okay, kind of on the fence with this one. Mainly because it's just time and what we're looking to accomplish and whether or not it's going to the right place, but all right. I'll call the question. All those in favor? I'm opposed for no, it's I'm opposed. This is come out of nowhere, so. Next one, 13.4, winter is coming. Councillor St. Pierre.
Last one. So this has to do with basically land. They're looking for land for a tiny home village. And
Okay, we've
May I-
seen this and we've read it. You need to tell us what your motion is. It should just be to receive for information. So if you're looking for action, then what is your motion? Get a seconder and then we'll discuss it. We've all read the letter.
Okay. My motion is that we should have some way of determining if we have any land anywhere for this. No, it would be nice to discuss, so I could have a better motion, but whatever.
What is your motion? That council
There's a-
decide if we have land for this?
No.
Read out your motion, please.
You know what? Why don't I just put it off till next week or whenever? I'll bring a notice of motion properly written.
Okay, so how about we receive for information tonight, and then yes, you can put a notice of motion forward. So receive for information by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Okay, go ahead, Councillor
I
Bain.
just wanted to note that part of the letter here did refer to the emergency weather response shelter at Hummingbird Place. And just to share the news that it will operate again between October 15th and April 15th. There will be 13 overnight beds available, 6 shelter pods and 7 cots. The funding is entirely through the BC Housing Extreme Weather Response Program. So that has been continuing in Sooke on stormy days for at least a decade now. So carrying on for 25, 26.
So the good news is that we do have something in place. We just don't have a tiny home village. Okay, thank you. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? We're receiving for information. And none opposed. 13.5 is Apple Day, which I have requested to have here. However, I have previously recused myself on a matter regarding Scouts Canada, so therefore I will be recusing myself on this item and will ask our deputy mayor to chair this portion of the meeting, which you can do from there. I'll be
Okay. Anybody have any motions for Apple Day?
Just asking permission to sell apples in their streets, right? That's all I understand it to be. I'll make a motion that we give them permission.
Great. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Great.
Okay, we're into item 14, which is items removed from the consent agenda.
Mayor?
Yes?
Pardon, we still need to do 13.6, which
Oh,
was
pardon me.
the supplemental agenda?
Yes, 13.6, thank you. So this was pulled from Counselor Bateman, and he put forward his motion that the District of Sooke support the Langford-based mental health and addictions wellness hub known as the Forge with $5,000 from council contingency. So that's moved by Counselor Bateman, seconded by Counselor Beddoes. Would you like to speak to it, Counselor Bateman?
Well, sure. So this follows a letter we received from Mr. Manas here, and he spoke very eloquently to it tonight. The Forge, which as you'll read in the documents that were circulated in the supplemental agenda, is a project of the Construction Foundation of British Columbia. Our contribution would be towards the $500,000 fundraising target for the renovation and the smudging, I think was the expression, and the doubling in size of the former Hells Angels clubhouse on Spencer Road. And of course, this is out of our jurisdiction, but it will certainly serve Sooke tradespeople who are either working here in town or commuting elsewhere. Through my work with the Victoria Family Court and the Alliance to End Homelessness, I'm well aware of the Tailgate Toolkit Initiative, which does recognize, as does the Forge, the intense just the reality of the number of toxic drug poisoning deaths faced by people in the trades. We all know about the toxic drug crisis. 16,000 people have died since 2016, 5 deaths per day. 78% of deaths are male. 70% are aged between 30 and 59. And half of the employed victims work in construction, trade, and transport. So it strikes me, the city of Langford also has sent us a letter confirming their 5,000 contribution. The West Shore, I think it's the Builders Association, Developers Association has contributed. And I trust the Sooke Builders Association will also consider a contribution. So yeah, I think 5,000 from council contingency. So I'll say again, you know, we need to watch every dollar we release from this district in light of our just the reality of today and this seems money well spent. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's $5,000. It's a fair chunk of change. But considering that a good number of Sooke residents that work in this industry. And I've known from a number of years that it is a problem when it comes to the building industry, when it comes to some of these drugs and addictions. And they do fall between the cracks and often die alone in their homes because they don't have the other things there for them. I fully supported this. I think it'll serve our community well as the community of Langford and the whole area. Because we have a lot of builders, people in the building and construction industry, not just in the building association, but people in the whole industry live in Sooke. So I'm in favor of it.
Councillor St. Pierre, then Pearson.
I'm also in favor of the motion. I know from my own work that very often people do recovery programs. They're very expensive. And then without the supports long-term, it's right back into the same cycle. So those long-term supports are actually critical to not wasting people's lives and not wasting huge amounts of money. The actual cost of an addictions program back in the day was like $20,000 for 6 months. And people would get dumped right back into the situation they started from. And that was it. So this type of aftercare is critical to people's success and to actually making anything work.
Councillor Pearson, then McMath.
Yes, I saw the presentation on Check News with Mr. Manhas on it. And it was very compelling. And being around the construction industry, I think one thing what I really could appreciate in the construction industry is the word of mouth will travel fast. The stigma will be, there's a lot of camaraderie. And I really believe that you can make a difference. And because this is a vulnerable part of our population and I applaud the work that you've already done and the journey that you started on, because you come across as a very sincere man, and so I appreciate the work that you're doing in the community. Thank you.
Councillor McMath. Okay, anything from anyone else? Councillor Haldane.
Well, I think it is important because there's lots of people who've gone through drug rehabilitation that are looking for a place to volunteer their time or to offer, their experience and try to help other people out. So I see it as a positive move forward for sure.
Okay, thank you for grabbing this, Councillor Bateman, and to our earlier speaker today. I am in support of this. Appreciate the work that you're doing. Eliminating the stigma is so important, particularly with this particular sector. Years ago, I had the opportunity to tour a safe injection site. It was predominantly used by trades folks in that area. And it's a reality that we do have a lot of men dying alone at home. And so if there's some way of preventing this, I'm glad this is also located close by in Langford. And I would also hope that our Sooke Builders Association contributes and supports in some way as well. So perhaps you have a way of reaching out to them because, it's impacting their employees, their people, and so forth. So good luck to you in the work that you're doing. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Now we're moving into the items received from the consent agenda, starting with 9.6, which is the Sooke Region Chamber of Commerce 2026 service agreement changes. So we'll go to 9.6 here. And this came from the Community Economic Development Committee, and turn it over to, we're looking for some information here. I can't even remember who, sorry. Okay, go ahead, Councillor McMahon. Sorry, I'm like, somebody did.
When, so their service agreement excuse me, it's getting late. When is their service agreement finished?
I think it expires in 2027, actually. It's attached here somewhere. It was signed in 2023. I don't know the answer to that.
It was a 3-year.
I can't remember.
I can't remember. I can't see. Do we have an answer for when the chamber, when this
Copy that.
expires?
She's looking.
End of 2027, perhaps?
Yes, December 31st, 2027.
Okay. My only hesitation, because we're not far out from there, and I'm just curious, what is the push for this micro grant program? And is it something that can be folded in later? Because if we change this service agreement, then it opens the possibility that other people want to change their service agreements as well. And then just the allocation of the person who decides which people get the grants is another question I had.
Full disclosure, I don't know a lot about this
It's your first
initiative.
day back.
It's my first day back. This, I believe, came at the Community Economic Development meeting. I don't know if Councillor Bateman, as the chair, may have a bit more intel on the intent of this resolution in front of you, because I know there was a lot of conversation at that meeting about many different things. So I don't want to add more confusion.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Bateman and we could always defer this to a next meeting and get more information as well. But Councillor Bateman, go ahead.
Yeah, so this came to council back emerging out of the strategic plan and the community economic development strategy for downtown beautification. And it came to council maybe in, when was this meeting? July 29th. It was in June, I think. No, it came to council first and council approved progression of a pilot beautification project for a year one application. So staff then brought this service agreement amendment to the committee. And on July 29th, we had that discussion and voted unanimously in favor of it. There was a board member from the chamber on side feeling that this was absolutely doable. They already coordinate at least, almost, I believe, 12 business networking events annually. Most of them at the Harbor House, I believe, and at the Cafe Bazzino. So they're asked to take their meetings to several other locations. And then there are these two pretty modest $5,000 micro grant programs, one focused on public events. And the example would be the Heritage Row Block Party is something that could use a little bit of financial support and other events in the town center and elsewhere, and then administer a $5,000 program for storefront beautification. So the chamber has had no objections that I recall to taking on these additional responsibilities. And there will be a committee that will look at the micro grant applications. Gwen Fisher is the appointee from the CED committee to sit on that committee, or that adjudication panel.
So you have already assigned someone for the micro
Yes,
grant
that's
program?
part of tonight's
And-
consent, I believe.
And so then my question is, why isn't the chamber presenting here for an amendment to their service agreement? It seems like it's an odd way to come here, I guess.
Well, it could be. You could be right.
And then is there any urgent push as why we would do 10 grand right now rather than just wait
Well, I
until
think
the service agreement's renewed?
I think staff were, if indeed we move forward tonight, staff will be empowered to create the applications, forms, and all the necessary details for launching in 2026.
Okay. Counselor St. Pierre?
I think that it was our staff that actually approached the Chamber of Commerce because of council's wish to move forward on some of these things.
Was it our staff or the development committee?
No, I think it was our staff. I could be wrong, but I believe it was our staff that approached the Chamber of Commerce. So I think part of the reason they're not doing a presentation here is this wasn't their idea. This was our idea taken by staff to see if they would implement it. So I don't know if that helps understand what's going on here any better. I believe that this just supports the strategic plan in terms of community economic development. We know that the visual appeal of the downtown of our town centers could be improved. This is a way to actually provide a small amount of funding. We know that there could be more vibrancy. This again provides a small amount of funding. So basically it's small amounts of funding administered through the chamber. And the reason that, sorry, I'm really not coherent here. The reason that it's in this format is because we sent it to staff. Staff brought it to the chamber. Council? No. As Councilor Bateman was saying, it was council's direction to staff. Staff brought this to the chamber. And then all of this was presented in terms of these agreements to the ECDEV committee, who referred it back to council for final ratification, because of course the ECDEV committee can't actually agree to anything on its own, right? So, and that's where it stands now. It might be better to have, I think either Ms. Moog or Ms. Scott, who I think were instrumental in terms of putting this together, if you had more questions, but that's what I can recall.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay. And I'm told it's accurate.
My recollection.
Okay.
You're wrong.
I mean, your worship, not an honor.
No, your worship.
Yeah. Counselor Beddoes?
I'm just wondering if it seemed a little bit of confusion. It seemed pretty clear the other day when we talked about it. Basically, they're going to administer the program. It saves our staff from doing it. But the direction it's come from council, staff was wondering how to get it done. And they said, maybe this is a good one for the chamber to do. And it was sent off to the Economic Development Committee, and we discussed it at length. Chamber said, yeah, we'd love to do it. It's not, I think each incident, I can't remember how many it is, but it's only like $150 for every, application or something. I don't know the exact details of it, but basically it's our idea. We're asking them to administrate it because it's a lot easier. They know their businesses. And so that's basically it.
I think the council direction, I don't have the meeting, it's in the report here. Council directs staff to prepare a report regarding the business beautification program concept for consideration and recommendation by the Community Economic Development Committee. So that was our discussion point. And then it went to committee. So then staff created this as a solution, took it to the committee. What do you think? And then now it's back in front of us.
So then committee took it to the chamber and then now it's back.
Or I think part of it builds on the chamber having the service agreement and align with the work that they're doing. And then the staff did reach out. I can see that here, and they expressed support for this and their interest and capacity to be able to do it. And so then, of course, the committee, it ran through committee and then it came here. And then there's the two pieces. So the 5,000 is the pilot project to support the brick and mortar with the events and so forth. And then the other is the micro grants for town center storefront improvements that would be doled out. So there's two different pieces as I can see it here.
And how many service agreements do we have?
In total in Sooke? A dozen, maybe? I was gonna look into that. I don't recall. I would say there's a dozen at least. The majority, I think, expire at the end of 2027, so part of it. Yeah.
Do you see what I'm struggling with a little bit?
Councillor Beddoes?
this initiative is coming from us. It's not the chamber requesting something. Like they're not wanting to reopen their agreement. They're just saying that, yeah, if we want to do this, they're more than willing to do it. And now our staff is codifying it into the agreement. That's all I see. I don't see it as a big precedent setting thing. This is something that we asked for.
No, I know that. So, you know, and this is where, okay, I think perhaps what may be hitting some of us is we know there's a service agreement with the chamber, so we're amending that. It would be increasing it by $10,000 for 2026. It'll expire in 2027. And then what will the ask be there? In our previous discussion, we're talking about the rising cost of taxes. And we already know that it's likely we're going to be asked by other groups because of the rising costs. So in some cases, you know, long service agreements may not be serving the community well because many groups who have one are asking for additional sponsorships on top of the service agreements that are already in place. And we haven't refined our budget yet. So in the end of the day, where does this adds up? So we say it's $10,000. But we heard the conversation. And when you go back to our permissive tax conversation about the cost, but now we're like, okay, well, here's 10,000 to the profit sector. Now, this is beautification and improving. We want more commercial pieces. We want an attractive town center. So somebody has to do this. And that's where, okay, well, a more cost-effective way is to take on the chamber as the player to do that. But at the same time, we are amending a service agreement, and what other ask is going to come, we don't know.
They're also taking work.
Yes, and so, yeah, of course, is recognizing that we're doing the two together.
Can I
Councillor Bateman?
quote something from the staff report? It says funding would be included in the community economic development operating budget for council's consideration through the 2026 financial planning process. So this will come up within the 5-year plan budget. And at that point, we can say, well, no, this is not the time, or yes, in fact, there is wiggle room to generate $10,000 towards something that the chamber and the district has sought for a long time to beautify, to put some lipstick on our beautiful.
May I ask you why the Economic Development Committee isn't just doing this? Isn't facilitating this? Why it's given to the chamber?
Well, again, it was as a standing committee, the community CEDC committee, like the land use committee, must take direction from council. So council approved further exploration of this micro grant project. Staff came forward as they were asked to do to the committee, and the committee said, in fact, quite enthusiastically, said, let's go. So and the process is back to council, where reasoned minds like yours and Councillor Haldane and the rest of us and the mayor can weigh in. So that's the system. So thanks for asking questions about the system, which is standing committee.
It's just, so for me, it's when other groups come forward and say, I would like to do that too. How do I defend the process? I guess that's where I'm going.
Ask them to come and make a delegation presentation with a firm ask. And then maybe that firm ask would be directed to the land use or community economic development committee. That's the process.
And if the group comes forward and says, why didn't you reach out to us to facilitate? I'm not against this.
No, I
at all.
understand. You just need clarity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in this case, it was a very specific need arising out of the strat plan and the CED strategy around beautification downtown. So it logically has gone the path it's taken. Whereas the food bank, for example, is another service agreement. They will approach us in other ways.
Councillor St. Pierre?
I think our protection in this particular case from a whole bunch of service agreement holders coming to us, is this was actually the district requiring a new service and going to them with an ask. This is not them coming to us and saying, we'd like to do this new thing, please reopen the service agreement. That was, it was our initiative. So in a case where, for example, we actually wanted the food bank or any of the other agreement holders to potentially take on something further that worked well within the partnership, that was within their means, that made sense, we'd always want to be able to do that sort of thing.
That I completely understand. I think the awkward piece I find is the conversations with other groups with service agreements. And then second is that now we're in a difficult position where it's, you have this group get their hopes up to be implementing this project. And then if it doesn't go through, it's that thing we talked about before, like you're giving something and then you're taking it away. That is just, that's the piece I'm struggling with, I guess. It's in principle, I understand.
And further to all of this, honestly, in terms of, we're worried about the money, and of course, we're always worried about the money, but we know that we need to actually get more businesses and get more business in our tax portfolio to balance things off the residents. And this is one of our many efforts to actually do ECDEV work to actually take some of the strain off our residents. So yes, we're spending 10,000, but if we can actually really do good ECDEV work, that will come back to us many times. And I think that's what we need to actually keep in mind. I think it's also worth noting that the $10,000 is going, I believe, straight to the business owners for various improvements. The Chamber of Commerce isn't even taking at this point an administrative fee. So this isn't even a 10,000 to them. It's them taking on an administrative burden of basically adjudicating all this for free for us. So they are doing us quite a favor.
Well, they're receiving 5,000 to have the event spread out, and then the 5,000 is more, I think, where it goes. It's more 5,000 is the town center businesses with the beautification project. The other 5,000 would be to support in local, is item 2 in this here, delivering collaborative business-led public events for, so it's much like sponsoring, I don't know, an event, a community event.
Isn't that what the Chamber of Commerce is for?
Could I put the motion on the floor? That'd be okay. And then we can.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not gonna read it. It's on the floor.
Yeah, there's a full, it's long. So yeah, I think Councillor St. Pierre is just moving the committee recommendation in its entirety.
So I'll second
And
that.
seconded by Bateman. So go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
I think it's a good partnership and a good cooperation to get some good work done. And I understand the wish to be careful about the funding, but I think it is something we need to do to actually develop our commercial portfolio.
Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, so as I said earlier, the committee was enthusiastic about it. Its chamber representative felt it would be absolutely doable. And again, there is always the get out of jail card with budget deliberation. And if indeed this $10,000 is too rich for us at this point in time, well, so be it.
Just my comment there is it doesn't say contingent on budget deliberations. This is just, we are doing this and we are amending their service agreement for 2026. So it's done. There is no discussion so it'll be the case and then off we go. Like, so I just wanted to say that as to the earlier conversations, this is 2026 dollars that we are committing ourselves to, and we haven't even looked at the rest of the budget. And we don't know yet what's going to come elsewhere. So this is a 2026 initiative. But in this way, we are also amending the service agreement. So I don't see how we can then scale it back. We are making that decision tonight and we're committing it. Potentially, Councillor McMath?
Yeah, maybe we come back to this at a later meeting, because just to be super annoying tonight, if there is debate on how these micro grants are assigned, where's the liability fall? Like if there's some debate about who got what, whose responsibility is that? And what are the, I'm gonna be so annoying tonight. What are the metrics for a successful implementation of this program?
Yeah, so I suggest we refer this to another council meeting where we can get more information.
I suggest we pass something, but also this is the chain of cost.
To refer this item to.
Yeah.
And it's not that I don't support it, I just would
No.
like
We just need more
Yeah.
information
Yeah.
on this, so it would be helpful. I don't know where, but it's 2026, so that's why we don't have that information. So I think we just refer this to.
Yeah.
The next regular, or the 1st October regular.
If I may, could we perhaps come back at a further date, but not necessarily distinguish now? Because I know that Ms. Moog has several items coming that might intertwine best with this.
Okay, so we'll
Uh,
just let council refer this to an upcoming council meeting. Okay, so referred by Councillor McMath, seconded by St. Pierre. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. It'll come back at a later date. We'll get more information. Okay, next one up is it's that was 9.6. 9.7. I'm confusing the two. So this is seasonal adornment, Christmas decor in the town center. Councillor Bettles, I believe you pulled this one? I don't know.
I did.
Pearson did. Okay, so this is go ahead, Councillor Pearson.
I'm just interested to know what. Hang on, I'm gonna go back. What was it? 9.7? Where is it at? Okay, on July 29th, the Community Economic Development Committee made the following recommendation. I wanted to know what that recommendation was. That council direct staff to present options for expanded Christmas decor in the town center. And the council refer the recognition and awareness policy, including 2026 schedule of recognized activities, the committee for comment in advance of 2026 budget deliberations. So what are we doing with this seasonal Christmas? I don't know where that came from. It came from the Economic Development Committee, right? Okay.
And you missed that meeting.
Yes,
You were camping.
I was camping.
And you missed last week's meeting as well, but
I was
you have
curious.
degrees, but you're curious.
I was curious about what this meant, and is there a way that council's gonna support improved Christmas decorations? Because I have 5 little people in my family that ask me about better Christmas decorations all the time.
So
Can I speak to that?
yes, can you please, because
I don't have a motion. I just wanted to know
what are we doing? Like, what is the outcome to this? Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Well, if we'll recall, last year, the Santa Parade was relocated to Wadham's Way. And as a result, a lot of our limited range of seasonal adornments were focused on that. And we had feedback from the town center businesses suggesting, please brighten up our town center during the month of December. Here's Robin Richardson, Sooke Yarn and Fiber. The decorations at Wadham's Way are great. I only wish you hadn't. Why not beautify the main drag and help downtown businesses? So, again, Gwen Fisher spoke at some length about how the district could, in fact, explore some expanded Christmas decor in the town center. So the committee has asked council to direct staff to present a few options. And that, that's the first part of that motion. Again, alongside budget deliberations, it's making it very clear in this one that this would be discussed during the budget time.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is just an informational report then, because
I
the
believe-
budget
yeah.
for 2025 is already set.
Yes,
And we're looking to expand the budget in 2026.
right.
Okay.
Okay.
If I may maybe just provide a bit of clarity, is my understanding from this one, I do know a bit more about, was there was a lot of conversation about more decorations, more, and we're like, well, we have a nominal increase to our decoration budget every year, and the request was anticipated that the expectation was we were going to spend significantly more on decorations than we normally budget for. So this was just a mechanism to seek council direction. Do you want us spending some time on fully costing out, more than just upgrading some lights and a few new we have a small nominal budget that we do every year, but this sounded like maybe the expectation from the committee was a more robust budget. So it was just before staff spend this time costing out all of the lights and different options. Just wanted to confirm if council even wants us going down this rabbit hole in the time of budget constraints.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I'm sure that was definitely a part of it. I seem to have a recollection also that I think Ms. Fisher and possibly Ms. Scott had recollections of different seasonal events where people were competing for creating various Christmas decorations, either by reusing things and so on and so forth. So I think part of the options was also in terms of getting a community spirit thing happening where the costs might be kept down, but you might have a lot of fun and get some really interesting results. So I think that was part of the options as well, potentially. And I would certainly hope that I'd love more creativity and less money.
Okay, Councillor McMath?
Is this something that could fall under, I know we have quite strict definitions for the MRDT usage, but would this kind of sneak under any of those umbrellas?
Through the mayor, it's probably not eligible under MRDT. Any services that provided by the municipality, if it's a regular service, like Christmas, like every year we do this, and MRDT doesn't support that. It has to be only for tourism. It's typically, this is actually a service we provide just about every Christmas. They don't support any initiative like this.
So if we stop providing the service and we go with extra holidays that we don't normally do, then would it fall under that definition?
Like it has to be attractive to tourists, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ladies' bit.
Beautification.
And another factor is it has to be part of the technical plan that we already submitted. If it's not in that 1 year technical plan, it's not eligible.
For the first year.
Yeah, we have a 1 year technical plan and a 5 year business plan submitted to receive the MRDT. We can't go back to change those
Right.
things.
But on a technicality, maybe.
Hard, it's difficult. Yes.
Tony said creative.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre?
I was wondering if once again I could put the motion on.
Go ahead, yep. So,
Shorter.
go ahead.
On July 29, 2025, okay, sorry.
You don't need-
Council directs staff to present options for expanded Christmas decor in the town center seasonal adornment service levels alongside budget deliberations. And the council refer the recognition and awareness policy included, I assume, the 2026 schedule of recognized activities to the committee for comment in advance of 2026 budget deliberations.
Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. So go ahead, anything to add? Anything to add? So just my question is, because this this is where I feel like I'm stuck in an Excel worksheet. So on the second part here, we're referring this to the committee, but didn't it just come from the committee? No? The second one, the second part of that motion. So the first one, okay, options, we're gonna get staff to work on expanded options for budget. Okay, I get that. On the second part is to refer the recognition and awareness policy and the schedule to the committee for comment. But this just came from the committee. So we're gonna send it, this is where like I feel like I'm circling, like what am I missing here?
Well, this is next year's schedule of recognized activities. We as a council, I don't know when that was, back in the spring, we determined the 2025 schedule.
Okay,
for
so the
rest of year.
committee actually
So the
has,
committee would like to have a look and just comment and share their thoughts with council.
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sort of looking at it, well, they just provided their comments. And then the recommendation is to send it
No.
back to them for comments. So it's just going around in a circle here. So,
So we're very
okay.
much trying to find our voice. And, you know, we have an empowered group of subject experts at the table and they would like to contribute. So they're finding their ways and I think we're working through with Ms. Owen's help here, a system. Now, it's just noted that council did direct staff to prepare a report on the business beautification program concept. So that's where this report came from and landed on our agenda. And we've now suggested this route.
Okay,
So-
so then this here then will enable the committee to make recommendations on what they feel
Yeah.
they would like to see in 2026 and then update the schedule to come back to, okay, all right. Following the bouncing ball. All right, thank you. Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Does anyone have anything else? Pardon me?
Yeah, we need to have.
Okay, well, yeah,
Ding.
including, yes, the logo's there.
I'm just doing my best.
Thank you.
Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then the next one. There was another one, 9.9, okay. This is, okay, roundtable discussion. So go ahead, Counselor Beddoes.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused because this came from the minutes of July 29th. And didn't we do one on September 3rd? And I'm talking about the bridge. The council directs staff to write the Ministry of Transportation and Transit about beautification of the Sooke River Bridge. And that was done on one thing, but the last meeting we had, or some other meeting, I don't know, was it? Yeah, I guess it was in September. We did it again, and I'm a little confused. So we've passed this one, then what are we doing? It hasn't come yet because the minutes haven't been produced yet. But we basically said the same thing and then added 2 more clauses to it. So I'm a little confused as to if we vote this one in, which everybody is prepared to do, it makes the other one kind of redundant. Now, there was a bit of controversy in the last one. I voted against it, the only one. But I just, in fairness, why are we doing it twice?
Well, I would say a couple of things here. First of all, we have the 2 motions arising from the July 29th meeting. And my anticipation was that they would show up tonight for discussion. However, staff did add almost an addendum through a report on the Sooke River Bridge, and it provided some it sort of rounded out what that letter might look like in terms of you know, the letter to the minister. And then also very much the key piece of engagement with the Sooke to determine how best to.
But that's not on here.
Well, that not in that motion right there. However, this report that we also, I think we received it for information at the time. Yeah, I don't.
Pardon me, I'm just trying to find the actual resolution and make sure that we captured it correctly on this screen. One moment, please.
And it was a lively conversation. Councillor Beddoes pointed out, let's not, you know, we need to fix up this bridge, you know, give it a paint job. And
pretty much.
And yet the motion arose with the idea that this could be a very meaningful opportunity to highlight.
Sorry, I'm not willing to debate that now.
No, I'm not debating it. I'm just summarizing.
It is hold on one person at a time because I'm
I brought it up.
forgetting. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The thing is, it's on, this motion, I don't have a problem with, I could vote for this motion. And I could have just let this go through without bringing it up. But what it's going to do is when the CD or whatever the hell the committee's called now, when it comes back to them, there was 2 other portions of it. So if this goes through, what's the point of having the other motion come through, which says about embracing the First Nations and bringing it in, which I never did understand? So, I mean, which motion? This is a motion that's live that we could bring in today. So by the time we bring the other motion together, the letter could be written and gone.
Well, it does, like, it doesn't go back to committee. So what would happen is that if council moves and sends this letter, then this is done. Like, it doesn't go back to the
I
committee.
agree. And that's the problem I'm having because I'm on that committee. My microphone's on.
It's shrouded.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. And it's rather damaged too. This is the problem I'm having is that we've debated this twice and the first option has come forward, which I'm in full favor of. We can pass it. Great. But then that kills the second one.
So what I see here, like maybe.
You haven't seen the second one yet because it hasn't come forward yet. But it's discussed and the committee discussed it. And it's much different than this one. But it's the same thing, painting the bridge.
Okay, so I think there's just a housekeeping error because the second part on this one is about the economic development strategy and action plan, which is completely different than the bridge. Like that's okay.
I don't know.
I think
we confused. See for clarification.
Okay, go ahead.
Pardon me, if I could just add a little bit of clarification. So what Councillor Beddoes is speaking to is that because of the break, I won't call it a clerical error. It's that we take from the last committee meeting and bring it forward to the second meeting that comes up. And because we had the break in August, we didn't bring this forward to have a letter go out. So then what happened is we added it to this one. However, in between that, we decided to hold on the letter to bring this other item so that we either refine the letter based on the next item. I'm wondering if we defer this as well so that you can see the two together. It's because you're not seeing the two pieces. So the next meeting we had doesn't go on this regular meeting. It goes on the next regular meeting. So we're missing a piece. My apologies.
Okay, so we'll just refer this to an upcoming council meeting so that the two pieces can be together. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Still brings me a problem with the committee then, because we voted and passed the vote to bring it to council. And then we voted to pass the vote to bring it to council with a different set of circumstances.
Oh, I see. But what's happening here is just,
That might be a committee problem.
I think it's two different committee meetings and two different actions have arisen. And so the committee meeting action from one is what we see. The other one is coming to the next meeting. So that's why we can just refer this. Then those two will come together at once.
Well, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
If this had gone through, then
I
it would
see,
be
okay.
over and done with. So I'm bringing it for your benefit.
Okay,
not for
so-
mine. I'd
well-
rather have this than the other one.
Well, I think the advantage is that you'll bring the rest of us up to speed here. So with the referral, then they'll land together. So motion to refer to an upcoming council meeting by Councillor McMath, seconded by Bateman. We all know what we're doing. All those in favor, it's carried unanimously. So the next part here is that council directs staff to present options to update the district community economic development strategy and action plan as per the 2026, as part of the 2026 budget deliberations. So moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Okay, it's getting really late, of course. It's 10:40. This was the logic being the mover, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre, made it very clear that the strategy needs to have a refresh. Just have a look. If indeed it can be done for a reasonable amount, we'd like to see this done next year. And I don't believe it requires a wholesale makeover. It just has a look and a prioritization under the firm guidance of Gail Scott.
Okay, anything, Counselor St. Pierre?
Yes, just briefly, there's so many different pieces with Destination Canada, the Juan de Fuca corridor, a whole bunch of other stuff. We need to make sure that our ECDEV strategy and action plan is actually reflecting current reality, that's all.
Okay, Counselor McMath?
This, so you're looking for council to triage ECDEV's priorities.
We're asking council to direct staff to present options to update the plan.
So that seems.
The options could range from hiring a consultant to having the Community Economic Development Committee workshop it to any, other options.
So wouldn't that fall under Miss Scott's job anyway? Like, this seems redundant to me. Like, won't she be presenting anyway?
Well, she will continue to present out of the current plan, right? 2021 plan. And she does continue to do that. We have.
Won't she present at the budget deliberations to us if she wants to make changes or have an increase or something?
Well, we're a committee that would like to see this plan updated, as Councillor St. Pierre just stated, given the changed landscape between then and now.
Can you define what you mean by update?
Well,
like, is it your priorities, your focuses, or?
I think there are 14 different action items within the strategic plan, and a number of them have been ticked off, and others need to be. I think it's a great opportunity for this committee in particular to have an opportunity to look through the plan, identify its desires for prioritization.
But can't you do that just within your own committee meeting?
Well, funnily enough, we need council's direction to do just about anything.
So you're looking for direction from council?
From council.
Okay, on priorities.
I think what it is because this is a standing committee, which is an extension of council. So basically, we, rather than sending stuff to committee of the whole where it's us, we're sending it to a committee. So we get some additional public input, additional expertise, a bit of distance from council to weigh in on some things. And so this has come through their roundtable discussion that, okay, we need to update this strategy. So now they cannot just do that because then they're making work independent, like outside of council and what we want them to do.
Right.
So in this case, they want options to update the strategy and action plan. But then that has to come to council because now we're taking staff time to do this work. Like, they cannot direct staff directly. They have to come through us to direct staff.
No, to me, because it ends when our term ends, correct?
Yes.
So we have a short window to set some goals and some realistic targets. So to me, that's like, if you have a ton of stuff on your list, like you've said, and we've already had a ton of stuff come through as motions to council, then you want to bring it to council to triage what the priorities are for the committee, and then you guys set to task using all of your.
Well, it's not necessarily.
We cannot actually tell ourselves to do anything. We can't.
No, but we can tell the committee that is an extension of council what the priorities for the community are in terms of economic development. So then there is not a spread or a plethora of projects on the side. It's like some big feasible targets. So that is what this request is?
I think what the committee would like to do is get a big picture engagement on economic development in Sooke. And this strategy and action plan is the thing. I would hope that one of the options is a workshop where we would be given the opportunity to sit around and review the document and make some recommendations arising. So that would be the.
Sorry, who's we?
We, the committee.
Okay.
And we could send that back to council for your considerations. And so then that would be the very low cost thing, or you could hire $100,000 consultant, which we've had enough of in this community. Let's use the people we have to share our thoughts and share them openly with council.
So I think part of this could be like, one of the options would be, you know, as you had indicated, that our staff member may say, well, everything's fine. So an option is to do nothing and just to accept the plan and to receive a presentation all the way up to a full review of the plan.
Right.
So you would have a meeting with the ECDev committee, because from this agenda, it seems like there's a lot of projects you could take on. So you would have a meeting amongst yourselves and then bring those to council for direction.
Well, if that was an option within the staff report that comes back to us.
Just don't, so if we have like a year left, then to me, if you have just in this agenda alone, there's so much product for you guys to work with and directions to go. You don't, to me, it's like you don't need a staff report. It would the ECDev group bring to council, and then council would direct from there, because we only have a year left here. And then I think it would include legacy planning. But then in that instance, I don't understand the purpose of this motion.
I'll go to Councillor St. Pierre.
So, the existing ECDev strategy and action plan, I think, is about 10 years old or something.
No, five.
But basically it's out of date. Our committee doesn't necessarily have it doesn't have the mandate to actually set its own agenda. Right now, there's a lot of projects moving forward, and it's basically a lot like our own our strategic priorities. We don't have a dashboard, but we do have a dashboard. We get reports on what's being done and so on and so forth. But there's a need to figure out what we need to do to update it. And that's not something that we can easily do ourselves. Honestly, it's something where we need to figure out what the best practices are for actually just bringing it up to date.
Are you looking at it?
Complicating this, but that's all there is.
I don't think I am.
all there
I
is.
think I'm doing the opposite. Are you looking at that through the lens of like 5 to 10 years? Or are you looking at it through the lens of 1 year?
5 to
And
10.
then what, right, but there's nothing to say that this committee will exist after like a year and a bit.
It doesn't need to,
So
but
then-
ECDev will continue.
Hopefully.
Well,
The point is,
our various strategic planning documents are for the long term. Even after council is gone, they guide staff and they guide everything. So if we want to maintain an out-of-date document for the next council, we can do that. But that's not what we should do. We have a vastly changed reality in terms of ECDev than what we had 5 years ago. We need to have something that reflects that ideally. And we don't have to vote in favor, but I suggest putting us on the floor and getting on with it, because it's almost 11. I don't want to extend.
I don't understand the point of this motion.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded, right? Have I at least done that as your chair? Okay, and so it's basically now for council direct staff to come back with options as part of our budget deliberations. Okay, so that's what's been moved and seconded. There's an ask to call the question.
So you've stated that the scope of the Stratton Action Plan could be 5 to 10 years. Does staff have the capacity to put together a 10-year Strat Action Plan for the ECDev committee?
That's gonna be that's what they need to report back to us on. So I think in this, by getting staff to present options, then at least as a council, we will see where that is, where their capacity is, and where
They say they can't.
where that is. And it may be the case where it's out of scope for this year and next potentially. And that's why we're waiting to get that back. So in this case, it does have staff and it would come back to us as council. This report would come to us and go from there. Okay, so it's just getting a staff report, another staff report. Okay, all right, I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Councillor McMath is opposed. That carries. And let me see here. We have a rise in report. So this is just for information. At July 28th, we made this motion to rise and report on the resolution and adopt an associated C0-029 license of occupation policy adopted under item 4.2. So that's in your report for information. You don't need to move it because it's here for information. Verbal reports is item 16. In the essence of time, is there anything time sensitive that anyone needs to report out on? I'm looking for time sensitivity.
Just an extra 1,000 people did the fall fair story
An extra 1,000 people,
than last year. When
more 1,000 more people than last year
Yeah,
came to
and
the fall.
venue was wonderful.
Well done, fall fair.
That's it.
Reminder that our next scheduled meeting is September the 29th. And UBCM takes place the week of September 21st. I understand all members of council are attending and the resolutions book and so forth is there, in which case I just turn your attention to the special resolution where the executive is saying there's too many resolutions. So again, what are we doing? But that's just for your information.
Yeah. So if those resolutions align with policy, they will be filed at the back of the book. But if it doesn't align with policy or it's something new, then it's absolutely welcome.
Yeah, I'm just saying, turn your attention to the executive's special resolution. Okay, motion to adjourn.
OCP open house mentioned.
And the official community plan open house is on. You told me to mention it. When is it?
Next Sunday.
Next Sunday at the community hall
3:00.
from 10 to 3 next Sunday.
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to
The
adjourn.
14th. Thank you, because I don't know when it is. I don't have it in front of me. All right, a motion to adjourn by Counselor McMath, seconded by, can you all stop talking? There's a motion that's being debated, seconded by Counselor St. Pierre. All those in favor? Is anyone opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us tonight in this meeting.